Ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor, both of our guests of honor have arrived. So we humbly request you kindly be seated and we'll start with the program right away. So very good morning, everyone. Our dignitaries have arrived and our guest of honors have arrived today. We humbly request our dignitaries to kindly come up on the dais and take their seats on the dais. So a very warm welcome to everyone present here, our esteemed dignitaries, distinguished guests, invitees, school students, and our teachers. Welcome to the Shillong Book Fair 2023, organized by the National Book Trust India, nodal body under the Ministry of Education, Government of India. The book fair is being organized in collaboration with the Department of Arts and Culture and Department of Education, Government of Meghalaya. Before we begin with the program, I now request Professor Milind Sudhakar Marathe, Chairman of National Book Trust India, to felicitate Shri Paul Lingdor, Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, with a stole and a bouquet of books. We also request Sir Chairman, National Book Trust India, to kindly felicitate Shri Frederick Roy Kharkongor, IAS, our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Education, Shri Rakam A. Sangma, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya. We also humbly request, sir, to kindly felicitate Shri Frederick Roy Kharkongor, IAS Commissioner and Secretary, Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. I again request Sir Chairman of National Book Trust India to kindly felicitate Professor Prabha Shankar Sukla, Vice Chancellor, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Thank you so much, sir, and thank you, everyone. Now, to begin with the inaugural program, the Shillong Book Fair 2023, I now request Professor Milind Sudhakar Marathe, Chairman, National Book Trust India, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to one and everyone present over here for Shillong Book Fair. When it was decided that we will going to organize the book fair in Shillong, that is the Meghalaya, As a person who is staying at the western coast of this country in Mumbai, when I heard Meghalaya, two words came into my mind. First is abode of clouds. मेघों का आलय या मेघों का घर यानी मेघालय. And when I visited yesterday, I could really experience this. And the second word I learned in my school days, and that is a Cherrapunji. That is the highest rainfall place in this country. So my connect with the Meghalaya is right from my school days. When the Azadi Ka Amruta Mahotsav was being celebrated, at that time I was introduced with the three heroes, warriors, freedom fighters from Meghalaya. To start my welcome address, I will just pay my tribute to V. Tirot Singh Ji, Pa Togan N. Sangma Ji, and V. Kiang Nangab, Nangba. I'm sorry if I couldn't properly pronounce it, please forgive me. But I have to pay the tribute to these three warriors who fought for freedom of this country against British rule. We have organized here on this particular very beautiful place, Shillong Book Fair, from 27 September, that is today, to 3rd October 2023. If you observed the felicitation of honorable ministers and the respected members on the dais, you will find that we have felicitated them with the books, not bouquet. Because our Prime Minister has very categorically said once, I appeal to people to give a book instead of a bouquet as a greeting, which will have a small initiative so that the culture of reading will be imbibed among every person. Age appropriate reading has to be there. So that is the way we have put our welcome, not by a bouquet, but by books. Now I welcome all of you in this book fair, and I will give you an assurance that everyone who is present over here and all the students, citizens who will be visiting this book fair in coming days, you can think of a genre, you can think of a choice of a book or a topic, and I will ensure that you will find that book in this fair. So we will not go empty-handed. May it be engineering, may it be mathematics, may it be literature, may it be history, may it be ethics, may it be moral values, may it be freedom fighters, unsung heroes. You will find books of 75 young writers. The books have come up under the scheme PM Yuva. That also you will find over here. So I appeal to all of you to visit each and every stall, at least for 2 minutes, and try to find out the books, the topic which is close to your heart. I need not tell this audience the importance of the book reading. Actually, in a short span of individual's life, we cannot take each and every experience from the first hand. Here comes the importance of book reading. A book reader, he lives thousands of lives before he dies, because he must have experienced, though indirectly, all types of experiences and genre of the life before he dies. But the man who never reads lives only one life. That is the importance of book reading. Actually, books are the gates to our world of imagination. Books feed us with knowledge we seek, sculpt our personality, sharpen our comprehension. Many times we read many things. Data comes in. But to convert a data, information, into knowledge and to wisdom needs a specific process. And that's why book reading sharpen our comprehension, added communication skills. It's not always a serious thing, but it reduces stress and helps you relax, increases your mental health. So reading can be for the fun also. You can get attracted with the pictures in the book. You will be very happy when you read the book. Which book, which thought will touch your mind and will change your life, nobody knows. And that's why continuous reading throughout the life is actually a must. And National Education Policy has categorically mentioned that learning lifelong is one of the very important parameters of the student, and that has to, if it has to come to the student's capabilities, then reading habit is a must. It is always said, I think if I'm not sure, Prime Minister has said once, when he was addressing the young students, he said that when students will read, the country will lead. So I appeal to all of you to visit this book fair. I appeal to the honorable senior member sitting in front of me to request to the all citizens of this Shillong, every student of the colleges. Fortunately, our Vice Chancellor is on dais. Our Honorable Minister, Cultural Minister and Education Minister is here. And when I was discussing, our Cultural Minister is also an author of book in Khasi. He is a poet. So many times it's a rare combination of a literary person and a ministerial responsibility. So I request to all of them to ask to the people of this Shillong to visit this book fair till 3rd of October. I would like to tell only two things at the end of my speech. If you look at the backdrop, you will find that the National Book Trust India. But I will tell you that this book fair is not of National Book Trust of India. It is the book fair of the people of Shillong, people of the Meghalaya. So it is not, we are just the instrumental for this. So that is the first thing. It is your book fair. And to add one more sentence, I will say it is not only a book fair, it should be a book festival. And the last thing which I would like to tell is, NBT organizes number of such book fairs in various parts of the country and in various states. But I am really, really grateful to the state of Meghalaya, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, and all officers of Education Department, that the way they have extended the help and the synergy was created, that my complete NBT team who is operating over here for last few days, they are really, really thankful to the government of Meghalaya, specifically Ministry of Education and Ministry of Culture. I'm extremely happy for that. And I hope that though it is a first book fair after a long period, with such a synergetic help and support, such a book fair can be done every year with a bigger and bigger scale and compass. And not only in Shillong or not only in Meghalaya, but this can be a role model for extremely articulated cohesion between the NBT and the ministry, and which can be a role model to the all northeastern states. Why cannot such book fairs can be not organized in Aizawl, Tripura, Itanagar? So I feel that this is a very extremely well, I should say, appreciated model, and for that I am really, really thankful to Government of Meghalaya, specifically Education Ministry, Cultural Ministry, and I welcome Paul Lingdo and Rakam A. Sangma sir, that they have graced this very important function. Our Vice Chancellor Shukla sir is also here. I am very much indebted to these people, that because of their help, support, NBT could organize this book fair successfully. I am sure that in coming days till 3rd of October, good number of footfalls will be there, and I hope and I pray to Almighty that let the reading culture should be imbibed among each and every student and citizen of this country. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the warm welcome. And thank you for the welcome address. Thank you for the tribute to our freedom fighters, and I'm surely we will not leave this place empty-handed. I would now like to request for an address by Shri Frederick Roy Kharkongor, IAS and Commissioner, Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya.
A very good afternoon to all the honorable dignitaries on the dais and all the audience. At the very outset, Honorable Chief Guest for the occasion, Shri Paul Lingdo, Honorable Minister for Arts and Culture, Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri Rakam A. Sangma, Honorable Minister for Education, I'm Professor Milind, who's the Chairman of the National Book Trust, the Vice Chancellor of Northeastern Hill University, Professor Shukla, the Director of the NBT, Shri Yuvraj Malik, the Advisor of the Education Department, Shri H.M. Shangpliang, Director of NIFT, Professor Jha, Secretary Education, Mr. A.C. Marak, Directors School Education, Swapnil Temble, and Director Information Public Relations, Mr. Mathur Sangma, all the heads of institutions, teachers, dignitaries, and my young friends. At the very outset, this is a very beautiful way to start the day with a book fair, to be amongst books, and also a wonderful way to start this, to sort of herald all the festivals that are about to follow with the most important festival which I consider, which is the Festival of Books. So I would like to congratulate the NBT, the National Book Trust, for having organized this program. And today is just the beginning. It will go on for the next 7 days. I'm sure it will be something which will be very memorable for all the book lovers of our city and of our state. A long time ago, I came across a line which says that if you are a reader today, then you'll be a leader tomorrow. And I think, befittingly so, our two honorable ministers are are one of the two most highly educated members of our state cabinet. Honorable Shri Paul Lingdor is not only a minister, but also a well-known writer and a poet, and a published poet. His poems have also been published in the Sahitya Academy, and he continues to be a very prolific writer as well as a songwriter. And it is befitting that he's here in the dais to talk about books and to propagate and to advocate about good reading, in fact, culture. Professor Rakam Sangma is also a postgraduate and was a teacher, and his presence here also lends, physics, and his presence here also lends dignity as well as relevance to this event. Apart from that, I would like to say that we are in the state of Meghalaya, which has Shillong as a state capital, and Shillong has always been the sort of educational hub and the nucleus of the entire Northeast region, right since time immemorial, right since we were part of the composite state of Assam. And we have many well-known schools and many well-known colleges, and right now we have also various institutes of national importance like IIM, IIT, NIFT. So there's a huge youth population here. There's a youth dynamic here, which in the words of Abdul Kalam, could be part of those ignited minds. And the books are so important to ignite the minds of the young people. And for the last 7 years, we have not had the opportunity nor the occasion to have a book fair of this scale and of this dimension. I would like to thank the National Book Trust for having made it possible to organize this book fair here after a long gap. Post-COVID, of course, definitely this is the first big such event. And we've had literary programs in the past. We had the Calm Festival, which was a very big festival which was organized here on the lines of the Jaipur Literature Festival, where we had writers and where we had creative artists who used to come and who used to have sessions with the young people, have book reading sessions. But for 7 years, I think there has been a generation that has grown up without exposure to these kind of literary programs. So I'm thankful to the National Book Trust for making a start, and I hope that this heralds a very creative chapter in the next few days, which will unfold. Meghalaya is also known as the land of the living root bridges. I think we all know about the living root bridges, and books, I think, are the best symbol, are the best metaphor of the living root bridges that will connect the reader to many other worlds. In the words of well-known people, in the words of well-known writers, books are portable magic. You can carry them anywhere you want, and they're the most loyal friends. And you can depend on them at any time and all the time. And reading is so essential because it is the only way which you can rise above the ordinary. So if you have an aspiration to rise above your ordinary life, if you have an aspiration to dream, to imagine, to aspire, then reading is your window to open towards that world of magic. Because books are a treasure, books are magic between covers that will unfold for you thoughts and perspectives and dreams which nothing else will. Yes, we live in the world of digital media, and it is a challenge. And in the past, we had something known as Kindle, which was a digital book. But despite Kindle, despite digital onslaught, the charm of books is never lost. If we were to take an example, just because we have elevators and these escalators, the presence of staircases has not disappeared. We still have staircases, we still have ladders, despite having elevators and despite having escalators. So the significance and the presence of books will not go away. and it will continue to charm, and it will continue to excite, it will continue to ignite thoughts and dreams amongst young people. Shillong also happens to be a very literary place. We have the well-known poet Rabindranath Tagore, who has visited this city 3 times. And he has also written books about Shillong. We have Sheshar Gobita, Shillonger Chithi, and a number of other books which have been based in Shillong. And Rabindranath Tagore visited this city not once but 3 times, and it finds prominent mention in his books. Niraj C. Chaudhary, another author, we find significant presence of the mention of Shillong in his books. God of Small Things, to name a few. So Shillong has always been a haunt for many writers and literary personalities to come and to weave magic through their words. We also have very exciting new writing coming up from our city here. We have a young writer called Janice Parriott, who is also been awarded the Sahitya Academy for young writers. And we have a number of other well-known writers like Kinpam Singh Nokandri, who has written an anthology, and many published poets, amongst which our Honorable Arts and Culture Minister is one of the prominent poets. And it continues to throw up spaces for literary magic. Just next to this building, we have the State Central Library, which is possibly one of the oldest libraries, not only in the city, but in the region. We have almost about 256 volumes of books and rare manuscripts lying in the State Central Library. And we have an active readership and a membership of about 35,000 plus. Despite digital challenges, despite the need for more modernization, we still have a very active membership of about 35,000 in this day and age, which I'm sure as a department we will try to increase. But this State Central Library, which is lying next door, is a storehouse of very precious manuscripts and books. Apart from that, I would like to seek the active collaboration and the cooperation of the National Book Trust to kindly collaborate with the Department of Art and Culture, with the Department of Education, in taking this noble mission forward. Just before the start of the program, we discussed with Honorable Chairman of NBT about mobile libraries. Perhaps there are areas which are far-flung, which have geographical challenges, and for which infrastructure is not readily available. But perhaps we may have something known as mobile libraries, and which we can collaborate, especially in the context of our state. Long years ago, when I used to be the state project director of SSA, we had done a small collaborative program called Kali Kitkot. That means a vehicle carrying books. So, of course, it was a small project, and we only targeted 8 backward blocks in the state. I hope that the present SPD will also explore ways and means in which we can have these mobile libraries again, and perhaps with the active collaboration of NBT through arts and culture as well, we can collaborate and we can take this to higher levels. With these few words, I would like to once again congratulate the National Book Trust, and would like to call and urge upon all the young enthusiasts, the readers. There is an array of programs which have been lined up for you, right from children's corners to cultural performance to literary sessions and youth events. So it's not going to be only about visiting the stalls, but you'll have interactive sessions as well. So take part in this festival wholeheartedly, enthusiastically. And once again, I would like to end with a quote by Cicero, a well-known philosopher, who said that a room without books is like a room without soul. So please buy a book and take it home so that your houses, your rooms will have the soul. Because a room without books is like a body without a soul. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the very enlightening speech. Moving on with the program, I humbly request for an address by Professor Prabha Shankar Sukla, Vice Chancellor, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong.
dignitaries present on the dais, Sri Paul Lingdo, Minister of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, Sri Rakme Sangma, Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, Professor Milind Sudhakar Marathe, Chairman of the National Book Trust, Sri Frederick Roy Khankor, IAS Commissioner and Secretary, Department of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, Director, Fashion and Design, National Fashion and Design, Dr. Jha, Education Advisor and retired IAS, Sri Samplyangji, and other dignitaries, along with the young minds, students, and participants. Today, we are conducting the function of National Book Trust. And this day is also very important for tourism, and known as a tourism day. And tourism day and books, directly or indirectly, both are linked with each other. And National Book Trust, even popularizing the importance of books in the life of our students since, I think, more than 67 years. And I can say, books are the teachers. Books are playing an important role in our life. And we can gather number of knowledge with the help of the books. I can give you some reasons why the books are very important in our life. Our mobile cannot be substitute of the books. One thing I would like to mention here, our young generation totally going to believe on the mobile, but it may be possible the information available in the mobiles sometimes may also be the wrongs. But the other information available in the books are always not 100%, but more than 95% are correct. Data may be the change. And I can tell you, tell me what you are reading, and I will tell you who you are. Reading books broadens the horizon of how you see the world, molds your thoughts, and shapes your personality. The more you read, the wiser you become. A good book, like a good teacher, who guide you through life, imparting knowledge, like other permanent resources. Books are always available by your side when you need them the most. And the books are always there to share your joys and sorrows. If you are low in spirit or feeling sad, you can always seek advice from self-help books. And since they are written by experts of subject matters, you get perfect answer. And have you ever experienced deja vu, where something you read in a book is similar to the current situation in your life, and you know exactly what to do? Reading books is like learning on your own schedule. Its lesson will strike in your life when the time is just right. It forces you to take accountability for your own acts, just like a good teacher. A good book not only gives you valuable insight on life and imparts knowledge, but also gives you time and choice to use them knowledge at any situation. And if things go wrong, you look inside and take charge of your own action. But mobile cannot do this. So mobile cannot be substitute of the books. Mobile is only a helping tools. Another things, the NBT, popularizing the books, and in this book fairs, or I can say the Shillong Book Fair, is not just an event. It's a platform that encourages lifelong learning, nurtures creativity, and promotes cultural exchange. It's aligned perfectly with the vision of a literature, enlightened, and culturally rich society that NBT India has tirelessly pursued for decades. Let us come together to celebrate the written words, to explore the endless words that books open up to us, and to inspire the habit of reading in generation to come. And our welcome address given by Professor Mirdil Marathi rightly pointed out, reading of the books, leading of the country. And the three terms, the reading, leading, and seeding. To seed a good knowledge in the mind of our young generation, reading should be an essential habit of the human beings. But how many have, I don't know. But it should be. If we have the good reading practices or habit, even someone have the good reading practices, and without the reading of 1 hour or 2 hours, they cannot even sleep. So with this way, we can satisfy our souls, and we can also disseminate and deliver the different kind of knowledge, either concerned with the culture, or the society, or the technology, or any kind of knowledge to our younger generation. So with this, once again, thanks the National Book Trust India, the Departments Arts and Culture, and the Department of Education of Meghalaya for their unwavering commitment to literature and learning. And in the words of Charles W. Eliot, books are the quickest and most constant of friends. They are the most accessible and wisest of counselors, and the most patient of teachers. Let us embrace this wonderful opportunity at Shillong Book Trust or Shillong Book Fairs to befriend books, seek counsel from them, and learn from their patience wisdom. With this, once again, thanks to organizers for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Kublai, Sibun, and Mitela. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Truly enlightening. Now, I would humbly request for an address by a guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Meghalaya, Shri Rakam A. Sangma, for an address.
Very good afternoon to one and all. Chief guest of this function, Sir Paul Lingdo, Honorable Minister, Arts and Culture, and others, and Government of Meghalaya. And with us, our Commissioner Secretary, Art and Culture, Sri F.R. Karkonkor, Secretary, Education Department, Sri Ambrose Sietsmara, and our Director, Schools Education, Sri Tambezi, IAS, and Director of DRT, and others officers, and not to forget advisor is also the former MLA and the retired IAS. And here on the dais with us, Sri P. Sukla, Vice Chancellor, Northeastern Hill University, and Professor Min Marathi, Chairman, National Book Trust, India, and officers from different departments, and head of institutions, and faculty members, the lecturer, and my dear students from different schools. On this World Tourism Day, which coincides, and on this very auspicious occasion, it's my pleasure to share a few of my thoughts from my side. I'm very much grateful for inviting me this afternoon to be the part of this very beautiful program. And I'd like to thank the National Book Trust and our officers for this very unique and beautiful initiative. My friends, everybody has already spoken. We are not professional as a writer, but we are professional on different way or others. Like the books, we can see it's a medium of communication. It's a medium of communication. No one comes on the earth to live forever. No one will live forever, but the ideas and the vision will remain forever. Therefore, to communicate, to transit from one generation to other, it is the book, it's only the medium that will transport, that will communicate from one generation to others. Therefore, let me remind each one of you today, let us practice to be a reader and to be the writer. We all can become the reader, but not all become the writer. I was talking to Sir Paul Lingdo. When I was students, I was in the science stream, in the Royal Science. But most of the time, I read the political science. Maybe because of that, I have become politician today. To read books, there is no any boundary. There is no any limitation. But it's a step of accumulating knowledge from others. Therefore, today, I want to thank National Book Trust India for bringing this book festival to Shillong. So this is one thing, like as Professor was telling to us that on this World Environment Day, Yes, Shillong is one of the most project destination across the country and even can be termed across the world. But who will promote today? Who will promote today? The book writers, the readers. Both writer and the readers must promote this asset. Our identity, our asset, our beautiful practice, we must promote. So, today, my young friends, since I'm from the physics background, I never forget to take this Newton's third law of motion. It applies to everybody. Every action has equal and opposite reaction. Let us read book. Let us listen to the voice of wise people, wise men, the great men. Because the vision, the ideas of the great people has been transcribed in the form of books. Therefore, everybody must take this action, and we should react as well. How we should reflect and the reaction? We should also write what the asset that we have. Friends, the tribal and the Meghalayans in our region is one of the unique locations across on the earth. Our identity, our practice, the culture that we have, but hardly across the nation, hardly they recognize us. Many of our people has experienced when we go to Delhi, Mumbai, and Central India. They don't recognize us. They ask me, are you from Myanmar? Are you from China? Are you from other part of the world? They don't know where is Meghalaya, where is Shillong, where is Arunachal. If we talk about, I'm from Arunachal. Oh, Andhra Pradesh, are you from Andhra Pradesh? They used to ask. But we should not blame anybody. We should blame ourselves today. The great people, the great professor, the great writer, the great lecturer, the great educators of our state, our region, maybe we have not presented, we have not promoted ourselves well in the past. Therefore, nation, peoples did not read about us. Therefore, I want to encourage many lecturers today, many educators today, many officers today. We should promote ourselves. I see yesterday one former IAS officer of Meghalaya, Sir W.S. Lingdo, he was telling to Sir S.M. Sampliang, Mr. Sampliang, you look younger after your retirement, he was saying. But today, for those who are educated and officers who are retired today, they can become writer. The experience, their vision, please translate so that young people will read. This is the beauty, the asset that you have. Of course, except some exceptional officers during the service time, they don't have time to write and read. Yes, we have time to read, but we don't have time to write. But after the post-retirement, many officers can become the writer. This is the way how we should promote ourselves. And today, I will share my personal thought. As a students, if we study in London, if we study in America, Delhi, and Mumbai, my young Kasi students, my young Garo students, my young tribal students, sometimes we don't know what is our culture, what is our practice, how we belong, What is our genesis? We should first learn ourselves now of our own culture. Forget about teaching others. But today, as a tribals, as a Meghalayans today, we should know from where we belongs, our identity, our practice, our culture. Therefore, maybe in the days to come, Meghalaya Education Department, in the curriculum we will be having that our practice, our culture, our identity, and the asset that we have will include in the curriculum. We want every students from Meghalaya and those coming from abroad must know about our culture, our identity when they go back. Honorable MP from Bangladesh, Mr. Joel Aring, he did his graduation in St. Edmund College, Shillong. Many great people across the globe done their graduation, their studies in Shillong, and many will be coming in. Those who are studying here, they must know our culture, they must know our practice, they must know of our beauty. And also, when all this culture, therefore, I think it's time, many of our practice have not been scripted in the book's form. Today, our writers, our authors, our lecturer, educator must convert all this into books form. And also, when Shillong, where every tourist loves to visit. Whoever visits Shillong, whoever visits Meghalaya, must go back with the books that have been written by our writers from the state. When every visits Shillong, goes back with the books of our culture, our identity, our beauties, it will promote. Then in the process, across the country, across the world will start knows about us, will recognize us. Therefore, my young friends, our mindset, our ideas should not be up to Paikan and the Khanapara. Our vision, our thought should beyond our geographical boundary. It is our time not to protect our identity, not to preserve our beauty, but it is a time not to protect and to preserve, but it's a time to each one of us, to every student, every educator, every citizen of the state, to promote as well. It is our responsibility to promote that the beauty that we have. My young friends, as our professor from BC of Niue has already said about the smartphone, about computer science and technology. But I'm worrying today, if we truly depend on computer science and technology, our handwriting, that which you write by hands, will be in the history. Our maybe truly depend on artificial intelligence today, my young students, our natural intelligence will be in the history tomorrow. Therefore, as a students, as an educator, as a head of institutions, we should be well aware today that our curriculum, our ideas, our teaching styles, our vision, our understanding should always be one step away than the technology and then the artificial intelligence. As our professor already said, computer science and technology should not substitute our natural intelligence, but it should substantiate us. Therefore now, everybody, we should design ourselves to meet the challenges in the days to come. So, and also, I also would like to invite many writers, educators. Let us practice. to communicate what the asset that we have for the generation to come. With these few words, I would like to extend my gratefulness to the National Book Trust and all the officers from Education Department and those who have here. So, my young friends, let us again remember ourselves that no one's will live forever, but our ideas, our vision, the great ideas will remain forever. Let's convert into a documentation. May God bless each one of you. Thank you so much. God bless you, Matela.
Thank you so much, Sir Rakam A. Sangma. Truly, in fact, that was thought-provoking. I would now like to request for an address from our guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, Shri Paul Lyngdoh, for his address.
Good afternoon, friends. My colleague in the government of Meghalaya, Mr. Rakam A. Sangma, Minister in Charge, Education. He was kind enough to address me as Sir Paul Lyngdoh, although I'm yet to be knighted. Our chairman of the NBT India, Professor Milind Sudhakar Marathe, our Commissioner and Secretary in the Department of Arts and Culture, Mr. Frederick Roy Kharkongor, who was also a batchmate of mine at the Department of English in the 90s, Professor Prabha Shankar Shukla, Vice Chancellor, NEHU, of which I am an alumnus, Sri Yuvraj Malik, Director, NBT India, Dr. Jha, Hima Shangpyang, Dr. Tambe, Malthus, and a host of other officials, members of the NBT India, and our young friends drawn from various schools and colleges. At the outset, let me congratulate NBT India for having thought it proper to have the Shillong Book Fair this year after a hiatus of 7 years or so. And today, I think it's also a happy coincidence that I have more than one reason to be cheering about. One is as Minister in charge of Arts and Culture because of the Shillong Book Fair, and two is as Minister in charge of Tourism because today is a very auspicious occasion, the World Tourism Day. And another happy coincidence is that today you have invited two members of the cabinet to be here. Mr. Rakam, whose roots are from the Department of Physics, and myself, who's from the world of literature, the physical and the imaginative. Rakam studies about things which are tangible, palpable, which can be felt. And as a student of literature, we delve more into the creative and the imaginative space. So it's a happy combination. And I'm also happy to say that we have a cabinet which has at least 4 members who are postgraduates in various fields. Professor Marathe had made a reference to my books and my writing. Today, if you ask me, do I still write? Yes, whenever I have the time. Do I still read? Yes, I try to make time to read. But largely, my reading today is confined to reading files. And writing is confined to writing orders on those files. But I think the flair, the love, and the passion for books should be an unending process. I'm happy to share a few thoughts with all of you here. First, the fact that we are having the Shillong Book Fair here at Ususotham Auditorium. Shillong is named after a deity, a god, Lom Shillong. And for our young friends who may not be aware of this, Shillong, the etymology of the word, of the name Shillong is Shulong, self-created. I believe all of us share that belief that nobody created God. He created himself. And Shulong, self-created, became Shillong out of that philosophy that the maker of the universe could not have been created because he was and he is the creator. And here at this auditorium named after Ususotham, the poet laureate of the Khasis, one line from Ususotham says, Ni im hakiwei pat kisngi, ayu nginle namarkari. We live in different times altogether. What do we do for our land? That was Ususotham in 1936. Now, when you reverse 36 into 1963, a few decades later, John F. Kennedy said, ask not what the country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. Kennedy was in fact resonating the thoughts of Ususotham in 1936. And out of this place, Shillong, named after a god, this beautiful city of ours also happened to be the birthplace of the Booker Prize winner, Arundhati Roy, who won the Booker Prize through her novel, The God of Small Things. A lot of happy coincidences. So, when I'm invited to book fairs, at times I also get invited to trade fairs. And there's one fundamental difference between a book fair and a trade fair. Whatever you buy from a trade fair will diminish in value over time. Whatever you buy from a book fair will get enhanced in value over time. That is the basic fundamental difference between a book fair and a trade fair. So our young friends here, I'm sure you'll benefit more by reading books in their actual form. Today it's mostly referred as the hard copy. And well, I just shared these thoughts with Frederick a while back, that the biggest problems that we face in the world today is that we have artificial intelligence and natural stupidity. And we have smartphones that are used mostly by the unsmart. So these are the challenges that only books will help us overcome. And if you ask me why I still love a book in its physical form, is that there is an emotional attachment to books in their physical form. For instance, when I read a book that my parents had read, it would mean that I go back to the same pages that they had gone through. And I would imagine what would have been the thought of my father or my mother when they were reading this particular line. That cannot happen with e-phones or audiobooks. I was yet to fall in love in real life when I read David Copperfield, and the lines where David described his love and his longing for Dora, for instance. Those sentiments arose first in me before I even met somebody to fall in love with in the physical world. So that is the power of books. And to me, therefore, the state of Meghalaya has so much to offer to the rest of the world. I would like to invite the National Book Trust to engage further with Meghalaya. Let us have mobile libraries. Let us have more platforms where, on a regular basis, the young can interact with authors, with poets, with storytellers. And it is precisely because of that we have decided that the facilities that we have, the Susutham Auditorium, all of these will be outsourced to professional hands to ensure that such events are organized at more frequent intervals. Let us have book fairs which also attract more crowds. I could see a few empty chairs at the auditorium today. If there were to be a rock concert, I'm sure there'd be no space for anybody. Sometimes members of the audience come up to the stage because there is no more space out here in the hall. I would like that to happen to book fairs. Friends, we've heard a lot from speakers, but let me, before winding up, remind ourselves that books are an integral part of culture. Books are an integral part which helps us weave magic through words, and those words stay eternally. A lot of things will diminish in value and importance over time. Not books, not books. Like the best of wines, they get better with time. Before resuming my seat, I'd like to quote Francis Bacon, where he said, "Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. That is, some books are to be read only in parts, others to be read but not curiously, and some few are to be read wholly and with diligence and attention." May we inculcate the habit of reading. May we have more thinking citizens. May the habit of reading be as natural as the habit of walking around. God bless. Kublai Mithila Jai Hind. Kublai Shubon.
Thank you so much, Sir Paul Lyngdoh, Honorable Minister of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya. Truly, in fact, that was a thought-provoking speech. We have almost come to the end of the inaugural program, and I now request Shri Yuvraj Malik, Director, National Book Trust India, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Honorable Ministers on the dais, esteemed dignitaries, I have been given the most difficult task to give the concluding remark and thanks on behalf of the organizing committee, the organizing team, the state government. But I want to tell a couple of things which is very unique while I make my remark. This is the first time in so many book fairs, we have done more than 200 book fairs here and there. This is the first time in any event there are two ministers from different ministries sitting together for the cause of books and for the cause of education of the children. So that's a very, very remarkable achievement that we have been. And the beautiful part, what sir has said, that we are very far off from Delhi. I feel it very other way. Delhi is very far off from here. Because the message of academic, cultural diversity has gone from a place which is totally away geographically, not culturally. And the gap is being filled by the power of knowledge and the power of books. So that is the beauty of this nation, that we celebrate diversity for unity, not unity through uniformity. So that's how we look as a nation. Why? Why so? The world has been looking up to India, and now India matters. Everyone is looking up to us. After G20, see, there's a lot of excitement about India. You'll be happy to know that we were able to gift every delegate a book from Government of India as a nodal agency from National Book Trust, India, the mother of democracy. So that is the power that we have to disseminate across the world. Why so? What sir has said, shelf life of a tweet in Facebook and media is a couple of seconds a minute, but shelf life of a book is thousands and thousands years. That's where Vedas are. That's where India is known as Vishwaguru. Not because of the structures we created. We created parliament 150 years back. It is obsolete. New has been created. After 200, new will come. But can we replace Vedas, Upanishad, Gita? No. That is the power of knowledge system. And that's the value where we club Indian knowledge system and Indian value system, and we create the content, and those books will shape these citizens. And the special guests of the day are, of course, on the dais, but the best, most special guest is right across the dais who are sitting here. We look up to you not as voters. We look up to you as the citizens, what Honorable Minister has said. You have to be a responsible citizen. And the difference between a voter and citizen is the power of knowledge and power of reading. When you read, you pick a book, you understand not rights, you understand your duties first. And that's how the Constitution says, duties and rights, not rights and duties. That is where the role of book reading comes into play. Chota sa story I will share with small story. When Alexander started his campaign to run over the entire world to win over, he went to his guru Aristotle, and he was given two things. Do you know what was that? One was a sword in one hand, and another hand he was given a novel by Homer, a book. And he took only two things on that world campaign when he started. And that book always used to be below his head. Whenever he used to feel depressed, savaged by the war, that trauma, that depression, that psychometric effect, he used to pick up that book and read it. Why I'm telling you this? You pick up a list of top 10 powerful people in this world today or any century, top 10 richest people in any century, you will find one common trait, book reading. That is the power of knowledge. That is the power of books. Last week, Honorable Prime Minister mentioned about a girl from Hyderabad, Akarshna Satish, 7th class girl. Have you heard of it? That is the power of books. The girl chooses to pick books from wherever she gets, collect them, and start creating libraries. And in 7th class, she has created 6 or 7 libraries in Hyderabad. See the kind of identity she has created through books. See the kind of change she is bringing. Another story. You heard of Bhagat Singh, Sardar Bhagat Singh? Yes? Bhagat Singh, the great, legendary freedom fighter. Bhagat Singh, Rajguru Sukhdev. All three of them were hanged for the same offense in terms of, but for the cause they died for, martyred for. What is the difference between Bhagat Singh and other two people, Sukhdev and Rajguru? What made Bhagat Singh legend? I tell you a small thing. When he was being hanged, he was asked, fulfill your wish. He wished only to complete the chapter of the book he was reading. That is the power of knowledge. That is the count. Today people say, I have depression, I have stress, I'm in trauma, I'm not well, I'm emotionally disrupted, all kind of things. Now, on new disease, Alzheimer, dementia, they were not there long back. If you read books, let me tell you, you will be at least 40% more critical thinking. You will have cognitive abilities. You will not have depression. You will be more cheerful. Your ability to grasp will be more. Your calculative abilities will be more. And something which is artificial cannot replace nature. We should respect the nature. Nature is given some amount of intelligence, and My young friends, you should do one thing, one appeal to you. Remember 10, 1, 1. Please read 10 pages a day, whatever you like. Because it trigger one part of mind. Please write 1 minute a day. It trigger another part of the mind. And please speak formally for 1 minute a day. So read, write, and speak. So this 10 minutes job will make you a wonderful human being and a world-class citizen that we aim through our education policy or through our reforms or through our government measures. Without saying much, I just add two more things. Today, we should not take holding an iPhone, a smartphone, whatever phone as a status symbol. Status symbol should be holding a book in your hand. 80-inch screen, 50-inch screen, the drawing room is not the criteria of prosperity. The criteria of prosperity is the kind of bookshelf you have in your drawing room. Einstein used to say, when I go to a house, I see how many books are there in the drawing room. That decides the amount of time I will spend in that house. That is the power. So when you go back, carry that status symbol. Hold a book in your hand. It will give you a perspective. And let me tell you, one book can change your life. That's how Elon Musk can say that he's ruling the space, and that's how India can say that we are on the moon through Chandrayaan. That is the power of knowledge. That is the power of books. You must understand and integrate books in your life, whatever way you can do. Without saying, I will go the kind of support we have received from Department of Education, unconditional support, Department of Art and Culture, local officers, bodies, everybody has come together to honor this event. And of course, as Sir has told, this is the event of the people of Meghalaya, people of the city, and people of the state. It is not. We are just an executive agency. And it happened only because state came forward. They extended all kind of administrative clearances in one go. And that's how this beautiful event has come up. Today, if you go to the city, if I have to choose what is the most beautiful place, today, this campus is the most beautiful place in this city. So that is the power of knowledge and books. So when you go home, tell your parents that they should come here and see, at least buy one book. And when you go home, take a pledge. Books, not bouquet. That's what the Prime Minister started campaign. We should start gifting books, not bouquet. Bouquet has a very short shelf life. Books will be there for centuries and years to come. And when you go to school, when you pass out from your school, please buy a book, write your name, your batch, your date of birth, and on your birthday, gift that book to a school. And when you will come back after 10 years on this dais, sitting as secretary, minister or something, as Sir has said, he was a teacher. So when you will go back, you will become part of history. And that's how we can become part of history. Without saying much, I will convey thanks to all media people who has made this wonderful outreach for us, all the state government staff, officers, colleagues, school children. One small poem I just wrote a few seconds back when I was writing. Jaishankar Prasad ji used to say, the world is a place of humans, and India is a place of humanity. So I just happened to remember, किताबें आपको ख्याल बनाती हैं, किताबें आपको ख्वाब दिखाती हैं, किताबें आपको ख्वाहिशें जगाती हैं, किताबें इतिहास बनाती हैं, किताबें भूगोल दिखाती हैं, और इन सब से आगे किताबें आपको इंसान बनाती हैं. So let's start this fight of becoming a good human being through the power of books. And National Book Trust for last 67 years has been working for promotion of book and book reading culture. And please take us as your collaborative agency on behalf of Government of India for the promotion books. And whatever has been said, in principle, my chairman has already assured, and I also assure as a director, that we will absolutely implement whatever mandate we get from the state government, the ministers, whatever we want, because end of the day, it is for the people of this country, people of this nation, and people of the state. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you everyone on the dais. Truly, in fact, much has been said, and we are enlightened, and our takeaway should be the best for all of us. We have come to the end of the inaugural program for the Shillong Book Fair 2023, and I would now like to request the dignitaries on the dais to formally inaugurate and open the Shillong Book Fair 2023 by cutting the ribbon, followed by a visit to the book fair. I request our dignitaries to kindly proceed towards the entrance.
Well spoken.
Thank you.
I have
Okay? No, I want a collar mic. All right. Okay, now you have to do what I am doing, okay? We are going to lift our knees one at a time. I think everybody has enough space, okay? So 5 times left, 5 times right. Start with whichever. 1, 2, go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now we have to clap 10 times. Clap loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now we have to jump 10 times. Where you are standing only, okay? Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, good. You guys are an amazing audience. Now you have to turn your head. First to the left, then to the right. Now look up. Stay there. Keep looking up. Up, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Okay, look ahead. Now we are going to raise our arms. Everybody, both arms. With your arms up, turn your body to the right, not feet, only body. Right. Stay there till I count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back. Good. Now we'll turn to the left. Stay there till I count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come back. You want to do some more jumping? No? Okay, those who want to jump, we'll jump. Those who don't want to jump, you can just raise your knees one by one, okay? Should we jump to 20? Let's, okay. Those who want to do, you do knees till 20, okay? Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, good. Now stretch. Everybody stretch. Stretch your arms, stretch your neck, stretch your back. Ooh, very nice. Now sit. I'm going to look for my mic.
Yes? I can't hear a yes. थोड़ा और जोर से. Yeah, so the storyteller is here. We'll just do the storytelling, and after that, we have some refreshments for all of you. You must be hungry, right? Yeah, I know. So we'll be having some refreshments also. We'll just wait 5 minutes because the minister is on the round. So once the book fair is properly started, then we start with the storytelling. So we can wait for 5 minutes, right? Good. Thank you so much. Such a lovely crowd.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I need a louder response, otherwise. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, that would work for me. And now I would want you to raise your hands when I ask this question. How many people, how many students are okay with English? Good. How many understand Hindi? How many understand Garo? Khasi? Unfortunately, we are from Delhi and we've got resource people of your regional languages as well. We've got resource people who speak English, Hindi as well. So today, our first storytelling session is from a storyteller who's come all the way from Delhi to make you aware of some amazing storytelling. Please, can we welcome Vinita Jutsi with a huge round of applause.
I'm going to tell you a story written by Upendra Kishore Roy Chaudhary, and it's called Gupi Gain Bagha Bain. There was a boy in a village, and what was special about him was that he was the only boy in the whole village who could sing. Nobody else in that entire village could sing. So he sang, and people liked to listen to his singing. As he grew up from a small boy and became bigger and bigger, he wanted to sing more and more. So he would sing at home. Ah, ah, and his mother would say, "Get out of the house!" So he would go to his father's shop. His father was a shopkeeper. And then he would sing that, "Ah, ah!" And his father's customers would run away. And his father would say, "You fellow, good for nothing, get out of here." If he sang in the streets, everybody would shout at him, "Get out of here." So finally he decided, "I'm going to go to the meadow where all the cows are grazing. And there I will sing." Ah! And the cows ran away. And the cowherds came and said, "You silly fellow, get out of here." As he grew more and more, he couldn't stop his singing. He wanted to sing all the time. And everybody would finally, after saying, "Get out of here," and he wouldn't stop, they would beat him with sticks. And one fine day, his father took a stick and beat him out of the house, out of the street, out of the village, and said, "Don't you ever come back here." And he was so frightened that he ran and ran and ran and ran and ran till he came to a forest. It was a nice forest. It had so many birds and nice little animals. He said, "Looks like nothing dangerous lives here. At least here I can sing to my heart's content." Now in a nearby village, there was another boy who loved to play the dholak. Dum 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 dum. He used to hit the dholak so hard that after 10 minutes of playing, the dholak would be broken. So the next day, his father would buy him a new dholak. Dum 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 dum. Like this, he also grew up and grew up and grew up. And one day, there was a visitor who came to the village and said, "Ooh, I can make a dholak that will never, never break." And all the villagers said, "Oh, Bagha will love this." Now, Bagha means tiger. And the visitor was very surprised. He said, "Who kept his name Bagha? He doesn't look like a powerful or strong person. Why does somebody call him Bagha?" They said, "Oh, you don't know. You make your dholak and come and watch him play it." So the visitor made a huge dholak, like so big. And when Bagha saw it, he was so happy. He said, "Oh, wow, I am going to stand and play this dholak." And now you will see the actual style of his dholak playing. While he was playing, duk 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 tup 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 tup, he would roll his eyes, duk 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 tup 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 tup, duk 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 tup 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 tup. And when he finished, it was such a loud and realistic and frightening snarl that the visitor cringed. He backed away. And the villagers said, "See, that's why we call him Bagha." Oh my God, Bagha was in the seventh heaven of delight because he played duk 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 tum 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 tum, duk 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 tum 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 tum, duk 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 tum 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 tum. 12 hours, 14 hours. The dholak didn't break. The next day he picked it up, duk 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 tum 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 tum. Every day for 1.5 months. And he said, "Wow, this is a dholak." But the villagers, "Stop this noise!" After 1.5 months, all the villagers got together and they went to Bagha's house and they told Bagha's parents, "Please, we beg you, do something. We cannot bear this noise anymore. Make him go somewhere." And the father said, "Even we are struggling." So he gave Bagha a big basket of sweets and he gave him some money and said, "Son, we love you very much, but so long as you are playing the dholak, please don't come back. Go somewhere." So Bagha put the dholak around his neck, picked up the basket of sweets, had the money in his pocket, and he went. He came to another village. "Let me play here." After 2 days, they threw him out. So wherever he went, people drove him out till finally he also reached the same forest and said, "Well, at least here no one's going to ask me to stop playing, so let me enjoy myself." And day and night he would play duk 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 tum 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 tum, duk 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 duk. There was only one thing that frightened Bagha. From the east of the forest, some ferocious beast used to be roaring. And he would say, "Oh my God, if that beast ever comes here, he's just going to eat me up. I must think of leaving this forest and going somewhere else." Do you know who this beast was? Goopy was enjoying himself singing. But from the other end of the forest, he would hear some fearsome noise. And he said, "Oh my God, there is a really, really fierce beast. All these days, it has not come nearer. But maybe to preserve my life, it is better that I should just leave the forest. So they both decided to leave. And as they did, they bumped into each other. Hello? I didn't know there was anybody here. I didn't know there was anybody here. Actually, I love playing my dholak, but there's somebody from there who makes this fierce noise, some beast. No. I'm Goopy Gain, because I sing all the time. It's my song. You must have heard. Oh, yes. This is that sound. You must have been hearing my dholak. Dum-dum-dup. Oh, wow. Now we can give musical performances together. Yes. You know what? Let's practice, and then we're going to go to the palace, and we're going to perform for the king, and we're going to get a great reward. And who knows, if the king has some beautiful daughters, he may also decide to marry us to them. Ooh, what a good idea. So they decided to do that. First they practiced for a while, and then they said, now it's time to go to the palace. The palace was across the river. So they went to the edge of the river, where they found a boatman with a boat full of passengers. The minute the passengers saw such a big dholak on Bagha's neck, they were all, huh? Goopy and Bagha said, we have to go across the river. Can you please take us? Yeah, okay. Where's the money? Money? We don't have any money. But listen. You have so many passengers, na? And the river is so wide and so deep. If you let us come in the boat, then we'll play. Like he plays the dholak and I sing. And that'll entertain all your passengers. One passenger who was sitting close to the boatman heard this and said, yeah, let them play. We'll all put the money together and pay these two's fare. So, Goopy and Bagha got into the boat. Now the boat was so crowded, there was no chance of their being able to sit down. And the boatman set off with great difficulty in the swaying boat. They found a place and made themselves steady. And Gopi hummed a little bit. You know, big musicians, they're like that. They hum a little bit before they start singing. And all the passengers were waiting. Wow, we are going to hear a musical concert. Dum, 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 dum. The passengers were so startled and they all reared back. So many of them, an overfull boat, the entire boat capsized. And everybody was in the water. Bagha always had his dholak, such a big dholak. So he grabbed it. Gopi also scrabbled around and tried to grab hold of the dholak. Now neither of them knew how to swim. And the river's current carried them on and on and on. And they arrived late in the evening at one island, dripping wet. They'd spent the whole day in the river, holding on to the dholak. Such a dark island, so many trees, Even in the daytime with the sun being out, anybody would be afraid to go. Now at night, Bagha looked at Guppy and said, Guppy, what should we do now? Guppy was also very scared, but he was a little bit smarter and a little bit braver than Bagha. He said, do? Huh? We are here. You have your dholak. I have my voice. He knew we may not live to see the morning because this is a really dark, dense forest and horrible beasts must be living in it. But he thought, listen, let us go out as the great musicians that we are. So he said, do? Nothing. We'll have a musical performance, you and me together. And Bagha was a little cheered. He said, okay, that's a good idea. And with abandon and joy, one sang, ah, ah, and one played, dum 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 dum. So many hours went by, and they were lost in the music they were making. Suddenly they noticed something around them had changed. In the trees there were some ghostly forms. In the place where there should be eyes, there were red burning coals. And the teeth looked like radishes, long and pointed. And Guppy and Bagha were so startled and so afraid that they froze where they were. One being came down and said, oh, why did you stop, dear ones? It was such lovely music. Play, please, play on. After a minute or two, Guppy and Bagha realized these people are not going to hurt or harm them. So they gathered their courage. No, properly. And all the ghosts came down from the trees and they danced to the music. Oh, how they danced, all of them, around Guppy and Bagha. When the sun was coming up, they said, look, it's daytime. We can't be seen outside now. We have to go inside. But our prince is getting married. Why don't both of you come and play your music in front of him? It will be such a fabulous celebration. No, they didn't say it like this. Listen, we cannot be outside after dawn, but our prince is getting married today. Why don't both of you come and play? Oh, it will be a fabulous celebration. He will be so happy. We'd love to, but we can't. We are actually going to perform in front of the king. Oh, come on. You can go and play in front of the king another day. Please, come home with us. So they said, okay, one more day. What difference does it make? And they went. And there they played all day. And the ghosts had a marvelous time. The wedding ceremony was fabulous. And at the end of the day, the prince said, thank you for a most marvelous celebration. Tell me, what would you like as a reward? Without any hesitation, Guppy said, we would like to entertain people with our performances. And the ghost prince said, don't worry. When you play, whoever listens will be mesmerized. they won't be able to move from their place till you finished. They were so happy. What else? We should never feel the lack of food or clothing. Here, take this bag. Anytime you want any food or clothing, say the word, put your hand in the bag, and you'll get it. Now, is there anything else? Oh, now we've asked for everything. We don't want anything else. Thank you so much. And the Prince of the Ghosts laughed and said, look, take these 2 pairs of magic shoes. When you wear them, the minute you say the name of a place you want to go, you will be there immediately. So they thanked the ghosts, they bid them goodbye, they stood there, put on the shoes and said, we want to go to the king's palace. And plink. They were in front of a huge, magnificent palace. Bagha, we are there, come, let's go. But 2 fierce gatekeepers stood there. Hey! Who are you? What do you want? Oh, we have come to perform for the king. Perform for the king? Look at the state of you. Get out. Goopy said, but we will go to the king. And suddenly, they were inside the king's bedroom. The king was asleep. The queen was sitting beside him, fanning him. When she saw Goopy and Bagha, she screamed and fainted. Her scream woke the king, who was equally startled at seeing 2 strange men standing in front of him in a state of bedraggledness. Hey! Who are you? What are you doing? Hearing his voice, all the guards and sentries came from everywhere. They rushed in. Now, Goopy and Bagha were so confused by everything that was happening, they forgot that they were wearing the magic shoes. Instead of saying, we want to be out of here, they started running around to escape the guards. And what do you think is going to happen if 2 people start running around inside the king's bedchamber to escape the guards? They were beaten. They were thrashed. They were kicked. And the king said, take these people, put them in jail for 3 days. I will think about this matter for 3 days, and then I will give them a suitable punishment. Either I will have them beheaded, or I will feed them to the dogs. So poor Goopy and Bagha were beaten some more and locked up in a jail. The first day of their imprisonment passed with them lying like stones, because they had so many aches and pains in their bodies that they couldn't move. On the second day, Bagha said, oh, Goopy, what a mess we have got stuck in. But I told you, Goopy was a little bit smarter and a little bit braver. He said, oh no, now we're going to have some fun. He took out the bag and said, pulao. and the most delicious aromatic pulao appeared, and sharbat, and all kinds of delicious dishes and sweetmeats. I'm very glad you guys are getting fed now, otherwise you would have been throwing stones at me. Right? So, after they had eaten their fill, they said, now let us rest and digest our food. So they digested for a day. And on the last evening, just before the next morning they would have been unlocked and taken in front of the king, Gopi put his hand in the bag and said, we want royal clothes. So they picked up royal clothes. They looked at the magic shoes and said, we want to be out of here. And they were out of there. Where were they? They found themselves back on the island where they had first met, where they had seen the ghosts. They said, oh, we didn't want to come here, but we didn't say where we wanted to go. So I guess the magic shoes just brought us here. You know, Gopi said, this is a very special place. This is a place you and I first met. After all, after this, we're going to go to the king. We're going to give a performance. He's going to be mesmerized. He's going to reward us. We're going to marry the princesses and everything. Why don't we just have one special performance to mark this special spot? Like I said, yeah, it's a very good idea. So they sang. And he played his dholak. Dum dum dumak, 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 dum dum dumak. So they played and sang for hours. Now what they did not know was that close by there was a gang of dacoits who had looted the treasury of the king of Halla and also kidnapped the two young princes. But because of the magic, the boon granted by the Prince of Ghosts, these dacoits were frozen in place. They could not move. And we know Gopi and Bagha, they play for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. The armies of the king of Halla had actually left to capture the dacoits. But an army takes time to mobilize, and dacoits are few and they have their strategies. So they had managed to escape, but now they were stuck here all night long because those two were playing. By the time it was morning, Gopi was getting tired and Bagha was also getting tired, and they stopped. And just at that moment, the armies of the king of Halla caught up with the dacoits, arrested them, took back the treasury, and most important, rescued the two princes. And the two little princes said how the dacoits were planning to take them and run farther away, but these two musicians had been giving a performance, and so nobody could move. And the little princess said, Daddy, he sings so well, and the other one plays so well. I really like their music, Daddy. Can't we take them with us, please? So the king of Halla said, okay, we can do that. And they asked Gopi and Bagha, would you like to? And Gopi and Bagha said, we would love to, but we miss our parents. So please, can we visit them first? So Guppy went to his village, and when his father saw him, they hugged. And he didn't say, I want to sing you a song. He simply started singing. And everyone around was mesmerized. And they hugged him and kissed him and said, oh, please come back to the village. And he said, no, no. He told his parents, please, you come with me. But when Bagha went to his village, his parents had got sick and died. And the villagers saw his face and beat him up and drove him out. So he went limping and pouring blood to Guppy's village. Bagha, what happened to you? And Bagha told Guppy and his parents what happened to him. Never mind. They looked after him, and then all four of them, Guppy, Bagha, and Guppy's parents, went back to the king of Halla, where they had a grand, grand time. If you are wondering what happened to that king, in front of whose palace they had gone, the king who had imprisoned them, the king of Shundi, he's back in the story. So listen. One day, Guppy and Bagha found the king of Halla nervous. Pacing up and down. Your Majesty, is there some trouble? Please tell us. No, no, you can't help me. This is, you are lovely performers, really. I love you. We all love you. Everyone in the kingdom, but this is so serious. You know nothing of military matters. I don't know. My kingdom is going to be destroyed. My people are going to be killed. Your Majesty, please tell us. So the king of Halla finally shared. The king of Shundi has huge armies. And he's planning to come and annex the kingdom of Halla. And he's going to slaughter my armies and slaughter my people. And I'm going to lose my kingdom. What are we going to do? And Guppy, being quite smart, said, Your Majesty, just give me 2 days. We'll fix this problem. And they wore their magic shoes and landed in the kingdom of Shundi in ordinary clothes. And there they wandered around among the people and heard that there was a grand puja happening so that the gods should help the king of Shundi to win the war and to defeat the king of Halla and annex his kingdom. This time they wore their magic shoes, landed in the king's bedchamber at night when he was asleep, lifted him up between them, and vanished back to the kingdom of Halla. Oh my goodness, Guppy, Bagha. How did you just kidnap the king of Shundi? Your Majesty, that's a long story and we'll tell you later. The king of Shundi in the meanwhile was trembling with all his huge armies, with all his prayers to win the war, which he should not have waged. We should not be greedy. We should be happy with what we have. He was trembling. Please, please, please spare my life. Please, please, please spare my life. And the king of Halla said, okay, We will keep you in our prison. I will take over the kingdom of Shundi. And Gopi, Bagha, I have two lovely daughters. So I'm going to get you married to both of them, one each, and going to give you half the kingdom of Shundi and going to give you half the kingdom of Shundi. And that is the story of Gopi Gain and Bagha Bain. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Did you all have fun listening to the story? So can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am? Can we thank her? Thank you, ma'am. So that was our one children activity for day 1. From tomorrow, we have 2 and 3 activities planned for you as we'll have time on our hands. And I hope that all the children, the amount of children who have turned up today will participate in all the coming activities in all 7 days. Thank you so much.
Check. Check. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting with the literary sessions of day 1 of Shillong Book Fair. Our first session is on the topic, Ink of the Hills, Regional Literature of Meghalaya. The panelists for this session are Rankitbuk Dikud, Lorinda D. Marak, and Patricia Mukim. And Akanksha from NBT would be moderating the session.
Good afternoon, everyone present, and a very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists. So our first session for day 1 of Shillong Book Fair is centered around regional literature of Meghalaya. Before beginning, I would like to introduce all our panelists. We have Patricia Mukim with us. She is a well-regarded writer and long-time editor of Shillong Times, which has been in circulation since 1945. A Padma Shri awardee, a vocal defender of women's rights. We have Rankitbuk Dikud, a Khasi writer who has just brought out a collection of poetry in Khasi, a self-taught writer from a forestry background. Then we have Lorinda D. Marak, associate professor in the Garo department of Shillong College. She has contributed articles to an anthology and documentary on Jhum cultivation and of indigenous Garo religion, and regular writer for adult literacy. So to begin, I would really like Patricia ma'am to talk about her work and what she writes and introduce herself in more words than I have.
Thank you very much, Akanksha. And thank you for having me here. I wish we had more people in the audience, but anyway, I think small is good. So I am a journalist, basically, who sort of got into the profession of journalism perhaps by a trick of fate, because I was a teacher for about 20 years. But having been in this field for close to about 30 years, I think we learn one thing, which is to observe everything very critically, and to very often perhaps to the dislike of especially the power holders, we are in the business of critiquing those power holders. In fact, the minister was telling me, I hope the discussion is not about the political class. I said, no, it's to do with vernacular literature. So that's all I have to say about myself.
Lorinda ma'am, could you please tell us about, as a teacher, from an academician's perspective, the importance of regional language and your perspective in order to introduce yourself and what you do? Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lorinda D. Marak. I'm teaching in Shillong College. And first of all, I would like to thank the Almighty God for giving me this opportunity to be in the midst of a great and amazing writer, I can say. When I see her name, then I was scared, that what I will say, and then what I will do in the panel discussion. And in the right side, a very young fellow, he's also there. So I would like to thank Almighty God for this opportunity. Though in a very late night, I got a call from my sir that I have to be here in the State Central Library to replace them because they are not able to come as sir has to go for Delhi to do the translation work. So I have been compelled to come here. Though I'm not a writer, but as a teacher, we have to contribute to our language, and I'm very thankful to God again for giving me the chance to teach in Shillong College, to be in the midst of other tribes. We have got other tribes, and I really thank God that they never ever let me feel that I belong to other community, and there is a family atmosphere in our college. So I'm really thankful to that, and I really thank God again for being here in Shillong, that I can promote my own language. So I got lots of opportunities to write and publish it, though we are not a good, though I am not a good writer, but still we are compelled to write and publish books. Otherwise, we will not get the promotion, and our salary also will be stuck. That's why we have been compelled to do so. And most of the time that I just have taken to do the creative writings and all, but then I did not get time because we have got lots of things to do. Last night also I slept very late because I'm doing compiling the Boro-Garo vocabularies for one dictionary, and it's going to be published soon, e-publication. And lots of things in my mind, but it cannot become flesh. So I just took up one very big project that also, after finishing all the works, it looks so very easy. That one documentary film on Mi Amua, that related to Jum cultivation during that indigenous Garo religion. That also I have taken up, and it also almost completed, and it came along with the book, Translation and Transcending Boundaries by Literary Circle. And also the CD has come out, but now in this modern generation it has become different again. People are not buying the CDs and all. So I have done that so far, and then some small poems I have written, and that also I have been compelled to write because Sahitya Academy, they used to call me, and then they asked me to read my poems. That's why I have forcefully written some poems, and now the novel is also on the way, but it's still in the manuscript, and then I'm not getting the time to write the dialogues and all, so it is also still stuck. That where there is a will, there is a way. The topic of the novel is that one. So only that much I have done so far. I will try to bring out more of my own books in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Moderator, and every one of you present here. And I'm so honored to be with Ma'am Patricia. She's our eminent journalist in the state, and she has written a lot about our Khasi culture and contributed a lot even in Khasi literature. As a student of science, I'm not so grounded in literature. But when I was studying in Brookside School, my teacher, Miss Wansham Raji, has taught this subject so well that it has sparked within me the love for this language. And I have found that the Khasi language is such a rich language. And while preparing for the speech, I have found out that according to the Dictionary of E-Bars, the Khasi language has 42,000 words. And by now, I think it will be gone up to lakhs when it comes to the borrowed words and etc. And I have started writing poetry since the year 2013. And it's just a scribble of writing. I have I don't know how to construct my diction in Khasi, because even Khasi is a very tough language. You need to learn so many things about. For that matter, in the year 2019, I was able to submit the script to Ma'am Professor Dr. Stimletakar, and the manuscript was accepted, and I was able to publish an anthology of poetry in free verse, haiku, and tanka. Thank you.
Thank you so much for telling us about yourself. So my first question about regional language would be that regional identity of any society is probably best reflected through literature. And so my question to the panel is as to what kind of literature there exists in Meghalaya, this coming from a person who is a novice in knowing the literature of Meghalaya. I would like to know the kind of literature that exists, the kind of languages that it exists in.
Essentially, there are two vernaculars, two languages that we speak here, the Garo language and the Khasi language. Khasi has a lot of substrata. There are a lot of other sub-tribes that speak a variation of the Khasi language, but in school we are taught just that Khasi script, which is the Sora script or the Cherrapunji script, a very formal kind of script. And you know, I think the important question to ask is, why is vernacular literature important? As you said, language is identity. Without language, what identity do we have? Unfortunately, as a people, we were an oral tradition people until 1841, when we were given the script by a Welsh missionary called Thomas Jones. And up until then, we only had oral tradition. We are an oral tradition people. And I think we've lost a lot of our history, a lot of our, we perhaps had to reconstruct the past. And a lot of what we quote today in our writings are all from the journals of the British, who were ruling here since 1826. So in that sense, we could not have been as great as the other Indian states in terms of language. But as he said, the young poet says, we have come a long way. I think we've constructed new vocabulary because we need to. And I find that especially when we're going around and creating awareness on sex education, we have a very limited vocabulary. So I have been telling our scholars in the Khasi department that we need to craft out new words, because I think every day, even English is finding new words every day, and they're borrowing from others. So the point is that we need to understand our past, and we need to separate that from what is constructed for us by the rulers of that time, by the conquerors. They do not understand, or rather they did not understand much of our practices. They interpreted it in their way. In fact, we were told that the Khasis were a great democracy. Now, at that time, perhaps democracy meant that only men would be involved in conversations regarding politics. Women are nowhere to be seen. But they found that that was democracy. In today's democracy, you need to have women. Now the country is going to pass the 33% reservation for women's bill. So what is democracy then is not democracy today. And I think this is what Khasi linguists, Khasi writers, Khasi authors have to also inculcate and come up with the times. We have to be current. You know, we cannot live in the past. And it is my experience that there is very little reading and much less writing. I don't know if you'll agree with me, but it's so hard to push people to write. I am part of the governing board of a university here, and I'm constantly telling people, you express yourselves when you write. It's a form of strength, but it's so hard to push people. But I guess writing comes after reading. Without reading, there can be no writing. And as far as literature, Khasi literature is concerned, I will not be able to speak about Garo literature too much, but Khasi literature is very, very weak in terms of what we have captured. For instance, we have Tirot Singh, we have Kyang Nong Ba. These are two of our greatest heroes who fought the British, but we know very little about their life stories. We know very little about how they became what they became, how they were able to fight an important colonial power at that time. So we need to be delving into that. I really wish we get into proper research on these things. These will be important parts of our literature.
Anything that our other panelists would like to add to the same question? About regional identity reflected in your language and how it is reflected in the language.
Thank you so much for this question. In Garo, there are 11 dialects. So in northwest, south, east, west, they speak different dialects. And we are in the middle part, west. I'm from West Garo Hills, so I can understand other dialects, and we can adjust according to whatever they speak. But North people, they cannot understand this Ambang dialect, because we have 11 dialects. I'm not going to say all the dialects, but then some dialects are disappearing now. And then in the first place, that Ramke W. Momen, he is the first pioneer of the Christian religion. He has written Garo Bengali dictionary, and then at that time there are 3,500 plus vocabularies. So I think that in the ancient time, lots of vast culture and heritage, and the vocabularies also were there, but all of them are disappearing now. So in order to promote them, I think someone has to take up the initiative to collect all the dialects and bring them into a form of book. And then there are fighters also, like whatever Madam has said, in Garo also, that Sonaram, Arsangma, and Tugan, the warrior, we call it, against the Britishers. But then they fight only for the lands and all, but not to the literature. But to literature, that Dewan Singh Rongmatu, he is the one who is helped by the American Baptist missionaries, and then he is the one who has written while he was in Guwahati University, and now the book is also still available there in Guwahati University only. He has compiled folk tales of the Garos, then epic lore of the Garos, and the way he writes, we can see that he is a good writer. And then he has written in Garo languages also, Apasong Agana, and then Apako Gisagrani, and many other books. And many other writers like Howard Dennison W. Momen, who is called the father of modern Garo literature. He is the one who studied in Calcutta. That time it is called Calcutta, now it's Kolkata. Studied there, and then he does not have got the time to learn his own language, but he is the first one to love the language and contribute to because he himself is the first MA in Garo, and he teaches in Cotton College in Guwahati University. He was the professor there as an English lecturer. So he is the one who promote Garo language. Thank you.
Do you want me to answer on that? Okay. Yes, yes.
Cover this question. What I would like to ask you, and I'll begin with you, is like ma'am said, there are heroes, the freedom fighters that we have that we do not know the stories of, and they're highly deconstructed of what their original story was, and the folklores that ma'am mentioned. Yeah, building on that, now that you are writing in this day and age, what are the themes that you're influenced by in your work? What are the themes? Are they deconstructed in a way that ma'am was saying? Are they from a worldview that you're trying to unlearn a lot of things that were projected, and you're like you also mentioned, finding of new words is one way. I would like to know, what are your writings influenced by? Themes that are, let's say, in Garo and Khasi, for that matter.
Actually, my dominant field in writing is poetry. So, yeah, there are many themes I've incorporated, contemporary themes, the themes that deal with nature, the themes that deals with our culture, the themes that deals with climate change, and all of these things. But pointing the fact that you have talk about our folk tales and about Kiang Nongba and Tirot Singh. The work on Tirot Singh was meticulously done by Dr. Hamlet Bare. I don't know whether we have that copy or not. And then even Dr. David Emile has done a well research on the life and works of Tirot Singh. But yes, it has to be looked upon, and it has to be dealt in a manner which is very academic, so to say, so that we can
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think academics becomes too eclectic, becomes too restricted to the academic world. What we're looking for is popular literature that children can read and understand and tell others. I think it should be more in a popular story form, because otherwise what happens to all academic books is that they gather dust in the education libraries, in the college libraries. So that is what essentially I was trying to say, because I'm a very curious person. I have been trying to find out how we came up with this dress, the Khasi dress, the Jainsem. I still haven't been able to come across anything to tell me about this dress. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, it's a very interesting point pointed out by Ma'am Patricia. Yes, we need to go to the grassroots level first. And they are sad to say this, that in our caste literature, there are less books that deals with children. And how do we inculcate the reading habit in our children when we don't have such good books? We don't have any good books. We don't have any illustrative books for children. And then how do we transform these folk tales, folklores into beautiful stories, simple language, not using these bombastic language? As ma'am said, that most of the academic books and research, they pile up dust in the library. So I think that is the area that we should look upon, to introspect upon.
I would go back on what ma'am said as to how she's curious about the dress, and I thought of the famous proverb that necessity breeds imagination, invention. So I was hoping if you found some logic in your dress, in your discovery of the reason. And also, coming back to that point, that we need to have certain things that are more popular among kids, more colloquially known, more illustrious and more attractive. So what are the things that you think have advanced in terms of literature now that you're teaching and ma'am is editing and you're writing? What are the things, are there any steps that have been taken by independent writers or by organizations or by the government in terms of promoting regional language?
See, we have we have the Khasi Authors Society. What they're really trying to do is to get recognition for the Khasi language under the 8th schedule of the Constitution. But I think they're stuck at that because if we are thinking poets, we always look back to Soso Tham. After Soso Tham, we don't seem to have produced a poet, an illustrious poet of his stature. So we are stuck with that, and some of the things that he says are a bit dismal, you know, they don't give hope. What we need for our younger generation is to give hope. Many of our folk tales are also a little dark. I know that people say all folk tales are dark, including the English folk tales, but I'm sure that we can create something that is hope-giving. And see, we have produced some poets. The Minister for Arts and Culture, Mr. Paul Lyngdoh, is himself a poet and he writes literature. But amongst the Khasis, there is this saying that if you write in Khasi, you're not likely to make any money out of that writing because there are too few readers. So you have some of the best Khasi writers writing in English. You have Kanpam Singh Nongkanri, who's come up with a magnum opus, I forget the name, Funeral Nights, yes, I think you should read that. And several other books he's come up with, but they're all in English because there are not enough readers in Khasi. Now, when we talk of reading and writing, there's also the social status. You know, when you talk of illiteracy, there's a big number of illiterate people in the state. And there's, again, a huge number of school and high school and middle school dropouts. So what are we writing for those who barely know how to read? I think there must be some thinking when we think about what we write. Yeah.
Anything that our other panelists would like to add? So I also wanted to know, like ma'am began with how oral traditions have been, and since a lot of people do not know how to write, or if, so you start with orally, and poetry is the most oral form of communication. So I just wanted to know the different, apart from folk tales or everything, your colloquial language and your vernacular language being Khasi and Garo, how much of it is how much of it can be the essence of these languages and the stories and the cultures that how much of acceptance do you see here and outside? Like, has there been any kind of acceptance to this literature? Or is it explained better, not better, but equally in the same amount in English?
I think lots of our Khasi work is translation. I think ma'am will agree with me. Translation is one of the thing that, you know, many of our works, especially when I want to say this, that our first Khasi book was the New Testament, translated into Khasi. So a lot of translation work has been done from English into Khasi. And then later years, yes, there has been translation from Khasi into English, especially many books and poetry by Kinpam Singh Nongkanri. Yeah. And even this point I want to say is that even some of the Khasi poetry has been translated into Bengali, Hindi, and also Italian language. Some of the poetry by Professor Srimnathakar has been translated into Italian also. So the acceptance, I'm not really aware of that, yeah.
Hello? Like ma'am said, that we also have Czech Literature Society. Now really, really hard to promote the language. And we also have the oral traditions that is written by Harendra W. Marak. Oral traditions we have, and in that language only we will find a very rich Garo language, and that sometimes if we look back and then read whatever they have written, it's very difficult to understand what they have written unless and until someone has explained that one. Then now we have got modern Garo literature also. So many poets, so many novels, novels like Prabodh Sangma. He's coming up with lots of novels now. Previously, we have got only 1 or 2 novels and translation. And translation too, we have got that Shakespeare's, all the stories from Shakespeare, it has been translated into our language. And previously our script was in Bengali script. That's why many Bengali books has been translated, and amongst them is Gitanjali. It has been directly translated from Bengali to Garo language by Haradon Nokrek and Harendra W. Marak also. He is the one who has completed the one poem, that Gitanjali, in English version, and some he has been translated from directly from Bengali and English. And I'm also doing the research work on that now, comparative study of Gitanjali to select Garo literature.
How wonderful, ma'am. My next question would be on how, since this is a region that where your colloquial language is Garo Khasi, and now we all know the spoken language is different and literature is different. I want to know how much do people consume literature here? Yes, everyone speaks Garo Khasi. How much of literature are they aware of? And if they're not, or if there is less amount of awareness, what are the tools you wish you had in order to aware people of the literature that exists, the rich literature? Like you mentioned, sir, that the language is rich and discovery of new words and all of that. So,
personally, see, I think literature reflects many cultural issues, one of which is the relationship between reason and faith. We were converted very early in when the missionaries came here during the British time. We were converted, and then we were given the script by them, and therefore our world views, I think, are not very, very, should I say, Khasi in that sense, because we've imbibed a lot of westernization along the way. And the psychological impacts of being converted is that also, you know, we have learned not to question anything, because we are told you can't question the Bible or you can't question faith, you know. So we are left an unquestioning tribe, very, very unquestioning even today. We don't question even the government. We will talk about it, we will gossip about it, but we will not write about it, we will not take it to the proper forum. We are a very unquestioning society, and it reminds me of the poet Dante, who questioned the church very, very critically. And I think that is important, because today you'll find that religion seems to have superseded everything. It has superseded religion, reason, religion has superseded reason, and you can't even talk to people of different religions without coming to blows. So I think perhaps literature can come in here as a saving grace. And we need vernacular literatures to bring about a renaissance in the Khasi society. I will not intrude into the Garo society, but I think Khasi society needs a renaissance, because every other society went through a reformation, went through a renaissance, and came out better, I think. And literature is the route for that. It is the platform for that.
When you talk about acceptance of Khasi literature, you'll be astonished that even Uso Sotham, as mentioned by ma'am, poet laureate, was recognized after 33 years of his work. Just imagine. And when we come to this phase of the Gen Z, you know, we're at the Gen Z period, acceptance of literature, like in the written form, in the form of a book, I don't know whether, yeah, if they are forced to read in school to pass an examination, that's a different thing. But now youths are, you know, promoting language in a very beautiful way through music. I'm just going to give an example. My friend Vancouver Shulai has written this beautiful song, Jubab. Beautiful song. So poetical. The literary depth that is in that song, it's so immense. And so I see that the youths are not, you know, shifting away from their culture or literature, but there are ways, there are different ways and form of, you know, promoting literature, not just through reading, but through maybe through music and other forms also. Yes. Ma'am, may you add something on that? Yeah.
One of the things I wish to speak here is that, you know, many of our stories are shackled by our tradition, by our societal gatekeeping, in a sense. We don't discuss sex in the way it should be discussed. We're very hush-hush about it. And we are a society that has too many do's and don'ts. I think the point of being a writer is to break through all this gatekeeping. And we need such bold writers. I hope you will be one such writer, and anyone here in the audience, because we need to also be able to create romantic literature, which is very, you know, very scarce, I should say. We don't have really romantic literature. The ones we have, as I said earlier, are quite dark. I think we've come across that era. Now we need a little bit more finesse in our writing. So that's what I feel is important for us as vernacular literators.
May I add on, in this generation, since the 2009 onwards, the Khasi poetry has really, the development and growth of Khasi poetry is immense, in which now we have incorporated free verse and in using different style in writing. And we have also, Ken Pam Singh has introduced this haiku poetry, Japanese poetry into Khasi. And then Streamlet Dakar has introduced Tanka into the Khasi poetry. So that way, these are the new trends that we see in Khasi poetry and literature.
Yeah, I also wanted to talk about, since Madam has mentioned romantic novel or poetry. We had the first novel which came out in Garo language is Kalsan Sonachi, which is talks about the true love. And they traveled far away to Bangladesh, Dhaka, to get the education. That is the first novel written by Raden Momen. And then now also there's, in the field of poetry, the Garo literature has come out. First, the oral traditional poetry. That is, we have a number of songs, rituals, songs and all. And then during One Gala festival, I think you know One Gala festival, that is Harvest Festival. In that time, the man and women, they will come together from different villages and they will converse in a song. And it will lead to the marriage also. And we have that Gahon, I think all of you know Gahon, like in a theater type, theater form. Whole night they perform that drama. And that also is not, the dialogue is not in the conversation form, but they will sing. Like in Hindi films and all, they will sing to each other. And it's a very romantic one, that Sarajang and Waljan. And it is also there, till now, I think they are taking in university syllabus. So we have those type of things, and now in this modern generation also, they are taking the as a teacher. I know the teacher, I mean, like the students are so boring to listen to our lecture. But then as soon as we started the romantic poem, then they will start and they will awaken and they will listen and they just change the position and they just love and then listen to the teacher. So that way we can bring the lively class. Otherwise, it's if you talk about the class, if you talk about the history, if talk about the dramas, and then we as a teacher, sometimes we have to be the actors also, and sometimes we have to sing, sometimes we have to act. Whatever it is written in the drama, in the poem, or in the novel, we also have to act. Then only we can bring the attendance of the students. Thank you.
So all of you said different things, but I think it boiled down to how there are different ways of perpetuating literature in different forms, and as we advance into a society that's more technologically advanced, there probably would be more people who'd be doing it different ways, through music, through acts, through plays, through drama, and would probably get like oral tradition did in the beginning. It's just another form of it.
Yeah, recently we had a very nice Khasi opera. It was done very well, but you know, we do not have stories other than Solungyam and Manik Raitong when we come to romance. So I think we need to go beyond these and to create new stories, and then create an opera out of that, create theater out of that. We used to be a theater society, but after the Rimpe Theatrical Center, sort of all the elderly people collapsed or passed away, we haven't had another theatrical company or group. So we need to revive that. That's also perhaps because we are an oral tradition people, that also is perhaps one of our outlets for literature.
One of the things that we could do to promote the literature. You had something to say?
In today's age, how do we promote literature is through social media. And there's one page, Speak Your Roots. Please follow this page. This is a very beautiful page in which there are many Khasi words, like olden words that are being interpreted into, they have been given them the meanings in Khasi and in English. And I think this page is a huge contribution towards the Khasi literature. I think youths, by just glancing at those reels or glancing at those feeds, they can learn something out of it. Because we cannot force anyone to read books.
Yeah. No, I think we should encourage young writers also to write e-books, yeah?
Yes.
Because everyone is holding a gadget now. It's difficult to make people take a real book and read. But if a lot of stories are on e-books, that's how I think we can nurture our literature.
I think we've covered up the answer to my next question as to what changes do you wish that people who take writing up in their regional languages, what changes do you wish that would happen for those people? Like ma'am had already mentioned that the readership is a little less than the writer and the pay is not that great. And how do you propose you start that in a society that's limited, like that it's still growing but the readership remains the same? So how do you increase that? Like what do you think changed in terms of policy or in terms of learning probably at the ground level or starting literature?
That's a difficult question to answer because you have great writers amongst Khasis, writers like Janice Pariat.
Yes.
Yeah. Perhaps her book is heading for the Booker at some point. So the thing is, who do you want as your audience? Is it a local audience? Is it a national audience? Is it an international audience? I think most writers would want an international audience to read their thoughts and their thoughts on this society. That is how you interpret society to the world. So it depends, you know, what genre of writing you want to do and for what kind of audience.
So I would move the mic towards the audience if someone has any questions. Someone's interested in asking questions. I actually wanted to ask one of my personal questions were, if someone wanted to get introduced to Garo and Khasi literature, what would you suggest they start from?
I think they should start from simple books, actually.
Yes,
You
and
know?
could you suggest a few examples?
I think you started by learning the alphabets. You know, many Khasi, they don't even know how to recite their own alphabet, you know. So I think you should start from the own alphabet and start reading good books by, like, let's say, poetry by So Tham, poetry by, the contemporary poetry by Ken Pam Singh, or even a streamlet the Khan. H. Elias also, yeah. And then I want the audience to know that our first Khasi poet was not even a Khasi. He was Amjad Ali. You know, he's published his first poetry book of free verse in 1888. And then one of the first native Khasi who write poetry is Morkha Joseph. But, you know, we always stuck with Sosotham. You know, he's on that high pedestal. But there are many poets after Sosotham which are not in the limelight. Sad to say that.
Ma'am, what about Garo literature?
Actually, I just want to share my experience. Like, I have been invited to give the 6 months training for the MCS Khasi officers. And then my colleague Ailinti Nongri has been invited as a he has been invited to introduce Khasi literature, Khasi language to the Garo MCS officers. So we did not get any guidelines and all. We just went there and then started our classes there. And then we have given them the training right from the basic foundation, like the alphabets and then the vowels and then how it's pronounced, and even the officers also involved. I mean, like the authorities also involved. You know, sometimes we have to take the online classes. One day I was not well, so I have been supposed to give them the training via online. That time the authorities also attended the session. So like that we have given introduced the language to them, and then at the end they learned the language very fluently. And then I have asked them to write the love letter in Garo language, and they have written so beautifully. And then at the end in the exam, when they have given the exam, it doesn't look that the Khasi officers has given the examination. They have come out successful, and I got a that is the best remark. You are one of the best teacher, like that they said, all the Khasi officers. So language, it should be not that so boring. Sometimes I have given them the video where the conversation, like this one in Bangladesh, they have released one song. Repeng na menga ma, owe na menga ba. That song. So it's like, how are you? And I am fine. Like that type of conversation I have given them, and then some musics and all. So they are very interested. The first I was thinking, why Khasi officers will be interested in learning Garo language, like that, and they may be against of me or something like that. But it's nothing sort of that, and they are very enthusiastic, and they really enjoy the session. And I just tried my best to make it fun. So language should be fun loving, like in a fun way we can teach them. So in that way maybe we can introduce any other, not only Khasi and Garo, but any other language to others. And I have got the demand from other abroad people also to introduce my language via that open one YouTube and teach them the Garo language. Thank you.
That's an interesting approach, ma'am, and such an inventive one at that. I think we should move to concluding remarks, if there are any. We have covered most of what vernacular. Any questions from the audience?
No, we have Khasi writers who write about, who write Khasi stories, who write Khasi poetry in English. That is it's a universal language, no? Maybe we don't have people who've written in Hindi or it's not translated into Hindi or Bangla, but in English you have ample Khasi stories written by the local writers. Yeah, I think Sahitya Academy has to take that up because we, it's difficult commercially to do that, to do the translation. So if the Sahitya Academy comes in and assists and puts somebody here to translate all of these wonderful poems and literature, I think it will reach a larger audience and should reach a larger audience because they need to know us. See, there's a huge amount of ignorance about this region as a whole, about peoples and languages. Even Manipur now, which is on the boil, many people don't care to discuss what's happening there because we don't have these links. And yet, Vaishnavism went to Manipur in the 1800s. So how is it that Manipur is still a very distant dream? It's actually, it has to work both ways. There is very little we can do because our resources are limited. Whenever people allocate resources for art and culture, it's the least allocated department.
Excuse me, sir. That I have one colleague. Her name is Shruti Pandey from North India, and she is really, really working hard. As long as she will be here in Shillong, I have seen her doing lots of Khasi works into Hindi. I think she's translating, not only translation, but she's writing so many things about the Khasi authors, Khasi poems, and even Garo literature also in Hindi. So soon it will be published, I think so. But she's on the process of doing it, and she's really working hard apart from her busy schedule and all. But then that's why I used to ask, no, when did you get the time to do all these things like that, no? But she said like that, as long as I'm here in Shillong, I should do something. So we will be planning to do about Khasi Hindi Garo, like that. We will be doing that one also. So I think you will get soon. Of course, it's under process now. Thank you.
Any other question? Ma'am, would you like to?
If there are no questions, I'd like to end by saying that Khasi literature is very gendered. You do not have too many Khasi women writers in Khasi, yeah, except for Streamlet, and Streamlet because she is in the Khasi department. But otherwise, the hoi polloi don't really write. And in this society, we have what we call certain prejudices. No, we say the woman has only one strength, shibor, kantei shibor, and the men have 12 strengths. So men are much more powerful, and I think that bears us down. This is why I'm saying we need a renaissance of sorts to bring gender equity even in literature, poetry, storytelling.
At the forefront of the beginning of the Khasi literature, it was men who contributed a lot to Khasi literature. Later on, we see the works of women, and with the with now the AIPC, All India Poetess Conference, many Khasi women has contributed a lot through poetry. Maybe they have not published the books, but they are in the form of a magazine or other forms. But yes, the famous women Khasi authors, we can say like Sweetie Monrinja, Dr. Helen Giri, and Streamlet Dakar, and so on. But we have few, yes, as ma'am has already pointed out, when it comes to women contribution to the Khasi literature.
But I have to say one thing. I came across this woman vendor in Laidum Kra, and she writes poetry, and she submits it to the local newspaper in Khasi. You know, she sits there, and when there are no buyers, she writes poetry. She literally sits there with her pen and pencil, and she writes down in a copy book, and she sends it regularly. I think we need to encourage more of that sort of poetry writing. It's based on real life experiences.
It's clearly an example of the renaissance you were talking about when you do not care for pay or capital and you just write for the mere passion of it or just the idea of it.
Yes, we are really seeing the Khasi Renaissance. You know, many of our youths before, yeah, you know, they always want to ape the West, but now they realize that, you know, the importance of their language. And we see lots of English lit students are contributing towards Khasi literature. And one of my friend, Vancouver Shulai, you should read his poem, so beautifully written, both in English and in Khasi. I think he will be the forefront in Khasi literature.
So in Garo language also, Garo literature also, it's the same thing. The man becomes the writers first, and after that, John Moni Dishira, she is the first to write poetry, and she has, though she was educated, but she has written on behalf of the farmer women, I, the woman. She has written a very beautiful poem, and it represents all the women, all the farmers. And after that, slowly, it has turned into the women writers. Now, the Madam Caroline R. Marak, she is old now, but she still keeps on writing and contributing and publishing lots of books, and all the university lecturers, mostly women, so they also bring out their own publications, and they motivate others. And the most motivators that I should say, that Howard Dennison W. Moment, who does not read his own language, but still he writes in his own language, and then motivated others, inspire others to learn their own language. And it is saying that like the identity of the one tribe is on the language. If you lose the language, then the whole community or the whole tribe will vanish. So we should try our best to flourish our own regional languages. Thank you.
So with this, I would like to conclude the session with the insightful conversation that we've just had. We hope we take something away from it, and we start something that speaks volumes than just what exists today. So I would like to thank our panel, my esteemed panelists who did us the honor to join us on the stage here, and I thank you from National Book Trust India for making Shillong Book Fair a little more wisdomous and a little more full of knowledge. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Our next literary session is about to begin. All three of our panelists have already taken seat. We have on stage with us Avner Parriott, a poet who writes in English and Khasi, has been writing poetry for 10 years. Imti Khargonkar, a musician, the founder and director of Emergence, a subculture think tank that curates and produces turnkey experience for IPs, brands, and media network. Nafisa Biang is a visual art practitioner from Shillong, where she's currently practicing. And today, our topic of discussion, our panel discussion that we have, is titled Future Possibilities Reimagining Indigenous Aesthetics. So we have people from 3 different walks of life, which is poetry, music, and painting, visual art, which is more or less, which can be said as a form of art. All 3 are different forms of art, but art nevertheless. And they speak about the perception of indigeneity that is in that comes from what should be future reimagined as, what was the past imagined as, and how was indigenous identity different then? Is it different anymore today? And should it be different in the future? I give the stage to all my panelists. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Akansha, and to the people who are here as well. Thank you so much for being here. I know we are running a little late. This session is very informal. It's a session which has, been in the making for a little while. I know I know both of these panelists very well. I've worked with them. I've known them for many years. And we've always talked about this issue, actually, right? About aesthetics and how aesthetics is represented currently and how it needs, in our, I think, I mean, I'm speaking for my co-panelists as well, but it also needs to change because I think when the previous panel was sitting here, this was a major talking point, actually, that there has to be some change, some renaissance, and so on and so forth. So this panel is a little bit of an attempt to try to get the ball rolling on that topic. And we decided that we would just have a conversation style because, it would feel more homely also, I think. So do you have anything to chime in upon the topic?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to any form of expression, in this case, art, change is always good. And over the years, when you look at, let's say, paintings, the first form of paintings was like cave paintings. And from cave paintings, we reach, your romantic age, your Leonardo not DiCaprio, Da Vinci, to your Rembrandt, and then it reaches all the way to like a Jackson Pollock. So like, it goes through these phases, and it shows the depth of we as humans, what we're capable of, and that there is no one linear way to how we express ourselves and what aesthetics are, breaking whatever boundaries we may think or have of what aesthetics should be. So I think that personally it is paramount to challenge whatever norm that exists, but also having fundamentals to be sort of a guideline to whatever changes we want to see in this space. What do you have to say, Nafi?
I think when it comes to changes, and I will quote what our dear moderator had said earlier during the previous panel discussion. She said, necessity is the mother of invention. And I feel that even in the space of visual arts, we are always we always need to change. We need to move forward, and these changes occurred because of a need. As artists, we are not only expected, but I think it's sort of like an exercise that every artist has, that now we can quote as being mindful, but I think it stems from taking your time to look at things and to read images, to read things that are around you. And when that happens, what are the things that can influence you? That is the changes that happen in time when you look around you, in society, within your community, the things you see in the news, the things that you read. I think reading in itself influences your artistic practices. And these changes happen not only because of the external circumstances, but also internally. I feel through times people have started questioning. I mean, they always have, but continue to question how they look at the world and what they want to put out there. And I think, like, as artists, it's not about finding solutions or creating a fixed map of the world, but just putting out questions, asking, and you know, it's about being curious. It's about questioning the things that happen around you, and I think that in itself is really important, because when you engage in these particular forms of art that question, it makes you think critically, it makes you engage, and this is where growth comes from. And I think with change, there's also growth.
Sorry. So that's actually quite a lot. You know, it's very interesting what you said about how people engage with the world in a contemporary sense. You know, things are always changing, technologies are changing. And so, is there a situation here in Meghalaya or within the local, let's say, art scene, where this, there seems to be a pushback to change? You know, I think that's why this session is here. There seems to be a kind of, I would not say denial, but a kind of a resistance towards accepting certain realities which are now, you know, happening, coming out, and manifesting themselves, you know, on a daily basis. Is there any kind of resistance, you think, and what do you have to say? Maybe a little bit more, Imti.
Resistance is good. I mean, like, it's a form of a challenge also, to challenge ourselves. As I think right now, Meghalaya, or we as a people from this state, we've been, like, I think in the previous panel, they discussed how we are conditioned to think or not question things, you know, as openly as we would like to. And with that, that is why most of the things that you see here, whether it be music, local music, or even art, visual art, is very tame, is very nice, very pretty. Like, you know, personally, I'm sick of it. Like, some of it is nice. I appreciate the skill and effort that it took to create these beautiful works of art. But that is only one side of what life is and what we as a people can offer. There are these other darker tones, darker things that exist in the human mind that are not expressed or spoken more openly here in our state and as a community, you know. So, and if that has been the narrative for quite a while, and honestly, for me, it's become boring, man. I mean, like, I would like to see change where people would like to challenge themselves and challenge whatever is being presented more, and also to explore other areas of our minds, whether it be in music, art, or any kind of expression, in writing, whatever. You have anything to add to that, Nafi? Yeah, yeah.
When you come to, when you're coming to resist, you were talking about resistance, resisting the change. I think that also has to do a lot with people grappling and trying to understand one's identity. Because when you're asked about your own identity, I think even till now it's something that is still developing. Even as a visual artist myself, I'm still struggling with trying to place myself and where my identity lies or what identity is for me. But I think maybe it's sort of like a mechanism. Resistance is the mechanism caused by that fear of, not, having to deal with identity.
Fear of what, like acceptance or something?
Not about acceptance, but about exploring it, about, like you were talking about the darker side and the lighter side of life, and even with identity, I think there are certain things that, not exactly, I won't use the words with darker or lighter, but the many faces or the many attributes, the various dimensions that you can say is that contribute to an identity. But we have to push, we have to do that, we have to keep pushing. And I think that push comes from, Ma'am Patricia had mentioned about the Renaissance, but I also feel times in history where people had to suffer and in extreme conditions, those were times also when people needed to express themselves through writing or through drawing or painting, through song. And even in times of despair, art was the medium. So even now, I think when it comes to identity, there's a lot of things happening around us, and it can be a lot of noise, and it can be really hard to listen to your own voice inside. But as creative individuals, I think it is our responsibility to be conscious and mindful of the kind of work we put out for people to see. You were talking about, there are certain artworks and forms of art that you feel, okay, maybe it's just about it's just one layer. It's just, okay, Meghalaya, this is Shillong. It's about our waterfalls, it's about our nature, it's about our flora and fauna. I mean, that's great, that's fine, but what are the other things?
Exactly.
About Meghalaya?
And the question, another question that comes out from this is, who will be there to sort of like handhold or help to these stories to come out, like, because right now there are so many people who are helping or who are propagating or whatever, come on may, who for beautiful things. Yes, this is from Meghalaya, there's this artist, she or he is writing or doing this lovely drawing or writing of this hill and whatever, the sunset. But what about the other things? Who will speak for the people who talking about the different things that exist, the corruption, the disparity in the economics of the state, the everyday challenges, your mental state of the people. Who will speak for these people? And is there anyone, in fact, to speak for this?
Well, that's a very heavy thing, it's very interesting, and it's really true. I mean, obviously, no government will touch that, obviously, because, well, it shouldn't be obvious, actually. Other countries do have fairly autonomous funding organizations and so on, so they do fund all sorts of stuff. But generally, it's true. I mean, I think Nafi also knows this very well. Arts funding is very, very low, and particularly very high for visual arts, much lower for other things. And nobody really wants to touch it, especially from the state side. They will not touch it if it's something, as you said, quote unquote dark. because nobody wants to project that darkness, you know. It's, in one sense, it's a catch-22 situation, isn't it? Because you want to advertise good things, but advertising without, you know, looking at the ground is not true. I mean, it's just a lie. So how does one strike a balance? Is it the private sector that comes forward? I don't know. Is it individuals? Should the community itself be funding these types of initiatives? You know, that is something that we would actually lead into further discussion. This is why we're here, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I totally agree with that. Like, so there's this group of artists that I work. They're called Khasi Bloods. And recently, the last music video that we did with them, we were touching on this subject. I was sitting while formulating the script and the direction for the music video. Me and Dala, I don't know if you know Dala. So she's the scriptwriter and she directed the music video as well. The song is in Khasi. It's called Casino, but spelled with a K, you know. And what it speaks about is this side of life, about a certain sector of people. Actually, it's quite a huge sector of people where people who are under a certain strata, like below poverty line, their lives, even though the story that we told was in a 3.5 minute song, but we try to touch the subject of how people coming out from such beginnings or from such strata in society, how they make their way into the world, how it influences their worldview and what it can lead to, like, you know. So I think, first of all, it depends on us as people and as a community to be more open to speak about subjects that are tougher, you know, that are more challenging. That way we can open more parts of our brain, and maybe come towards a collective solution or solutions to how to navigate with the ever-changing times and with technology and mindset, all of that. And yeah, I mean, I would love to hear Nafi also, like, what do you think of, like, what is the future in your understanding in terms of visual arts and expression?
I think this was also mentioned in the previous panel discussion about social media being a very huge platform for that. I think firstly, it's because it's accessible. Anybody can, right now you can open a link and you can visit an exhibition, an art gallery, an exhibition that's happening in New York. You can just open that up and you can look at all the artworks that are there. Or you have online stores now. You can attend, even in terms of education, you can attend various courses in design and art, and all sorts of courses. So it's limitless in terms of what possibilities are there. And I think with art, it has to do a lot with popular culture again, like what was again mentioned in the previous panel discussion. Yeah, with popular culture. So now artists are using mediums like you were saying, like music videos, or through film, through, now with AI generated images. That's a whole new area where there's like the world is divided into two places. Into two different parts. People for AI and people against it.
Yeah.
But I think we cannot run away from it. AI is going to come. It's already here.
Yeah.
And it's all about how you handle it, I think, like how you use it to your advantage. It's like, I had used this example once before in a conversation. It's like a stallion, a horse. It's very powerful, very strong, but you're the person who's going to ride the horse. We're going to take it to various places, right?
True.
So AI is sort of like that. And
Yeah.
I think there's so many things that are going to, I hope so, that Meghalaya, our state, our community, our indigenous people can be one of those people who can explore and fearlessly walk into this area as well with AI and with the whole world now being connected.
Yeah, and hopefully the aesthetics also will change, along with it. What do you think, Paryat? What do you think? I want to know what you think of the current aesthetics of Meghalaya and of the arts.
I agree with you. I agree with many things that were said. I've always tried to, at least in my work, try to be much more sharp, edgy, not just for the sake of rebellion, but because it's something that I actually enjoy. I've always been drawn to the fringe. I've always been drawn to darker places. I don't know why, but it just so happens. Can't undo that. Quite often I realize that whenever I write something much more critical, much more, much more like sharper, edgier, people do gravitate towards it. People do. There is an audience. It's not that there isn't, and a lot of people are there actually. So because human life is just like that, right? It's not just rainbows and unicorns and all that, but it's something that one has to grapple with. I can't write nice things. I can't write like pleasant things. I just can't. I try. I have tried so hard, but I just can't. No matter, even when I was experimenting with romantic verse, or romantic was very much influenced by the romantics. But then I was very much in love with their dark side, with the moroseness, with the decay, the the fatalism. That is what I liked. So and it's something that I think it's everywhere, and I generally become friends with people who are also like this.
Yeah.
It's just who I am. It's a second nature. It's a second skin, and I would like for our community, particularly in Khasi writing. I'm working on a collection right now in Khasi. I want to talk about certain things which are edgier, which are much more, even mundane. But it need not be grandiose. It need not be, as I said, all goo goo gaga. But it has to be honest, in my opinion, and it has to be, I think honesty is very important. And it has to also be in a certain way conveyed. In my case, it's verse, because I believe Khasi has that, it's more suited to verse, because it is an oral language. That's why I kind of struggle with writing prose, not because I can't, but because I can't perform it, like in my head. So verse, however, flows, even speech actually, orality as a performance, it flows. And, but again, honesty, that's very important. A certain truth has to be conveyed. For me, that is very, very important, no matter what we're talking about. I would love to explore even, topics which are much more out there. Not just about, the kind of Kafkaesque, Dostoevskian kind of environment. No, that's kind of passé. That's kind of done right now.
Yeah.
It's just that in Khasi it hasn't been done. But I would like to explore other things like sci-fi in Khasi. I would like to. These are things which interest me, and I think that's, if we're talking about aesthetics, that's something that I'm inclined towards.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that needs to happen. Like right now, you have a certain medium and certain amount of followers who listen or challenge your views, and challenging. And for me, I feel like challenging views is important because it creates discussion, and and there are two types of discussion. Like either you just want to disagree with everyone, or like healthy discourse or unhealthy discourse. And I would like to see more interaction when it comes to views, whether it be on music, because right now everything that I've been seeing in the last couple of years is very banal. it's nice, but it's like, okay. So, when will we reach a place where, like, because there is talent. It's not that the lack of talent, but it's just that what is being put out there. Fine, you have your lovely things, have they have more place because the world likes it more. But we should not forget that there are these milder and even lower than that sectors that exist, and their voices also need to be heard because it's part of the whole human experience. And if it's not expressed or doesn't have a space to express themselves, uh, then I don't know what we will become as a society, man. I mean, that really boils down to how we are being governed also. Like, we won't even dare to challenge how we are being governed or so part of the consumption in art and science and whatever, you have to, having a healthy discourse around it makes for, like Nafi pointed out earlier, like it's a good way to go about for growth. And if we stop, or if our growth process is slow, a lot of things become, meh, for lack of a better word.
Okay, so coming back to you were talking about aesthetics, right?
Mm.
So I think we are at a time and age now where we're not confined to any sort of ism anymore, like how we had maybe just 70 years back also. And unlike various places in India, like we had Bengal School of Art or maybe the progressive art movement in, Mumbai. So we were very distant from all of that at that time. That was
Yes.
probably, again, like 50 years back, 55 years back, So that was happening there in various places in India. But here, I feel that we are a little bit behind in the timeline.
Mm.
So, but it's not a bad thing because right now, like I was saying, in this time of age, we don't have any confinements in the contemporary world. People don't have to have a specific style to be in, to be relevant, to be established. Of course, there are other things that you would need to be mindful for in order, when you talk about market and everything as an artist to sell your work, that's a different thing. You have to think about how you're going to sell your work, so you have to understand what is in, probably if you're levitated towards commercial more, you'd have to think about, okay, what is trending, what your target audience, like Avana was saying, of course, like his work, there might be his niche and there might be a lot of people who like his work. So it's about that as well. So in today's time, I think it's limitless because we don't really need to be fixed into any.
Like you studied in art school.
Yes.
Do you think what is the importance of having an art school in a state like Meghalaya?
Yeah, it has a lot of impact on society as a whole, not just the art students, not just the faculty or the college. It has an impact on the whole state, on the society as a whole, because you have a lot of things happening because of art schools. You have a lot of galleries, you have a lot of shows, a lot of art fairs, a lot of students who do installations, performance art. They go, now art is not confined to a white cubed space anymore. You can make art anywhere. You can go to and sometimes you have work which is site-specific. You have to go to a particular site. The site is very important for your work. It says a lot about your work. So I think when you have a root of where art education stems from, where it is being promoted, then a lot of things follow through. And then from there, there's appreciation, because once you are around artists and people who are learning about art, people who are teaching art, your appreciation for that thing starts to grow. And right now, maybe in our state, that appreciation is not as much. And I cannot blame, of course,
Yeah,
general
we
public.
can't,
cannot
we
blame,
can't
yeah.
blame,
Be like,
yes.
okay, why do they not understand my work? But it's not their fault, because you can't expect people to understand.
Yeah,
You know,
true.
when they never had that
Exposure to-
to art,
yeah.
they never had a childhood of, you know, visiting exhibitions or seeing art fairs happening all around them. So, you know, that exposure was never there. So but I just hope that from here on out, we can, you know, felicitate, and we can provide platforms for these things to happen. I myself am a founder of one such platform called the Northeast Arts Initiative, and
Okay.
we had organized a lot of interactive sessions and discourses. We had organized a lot of art talks also during the course of COVID, because we didn't get to meet anyone at that time. We thought, okay, online is the best option right now. Let's create a space where people from all walks of life, they can come here and we can talk about, you know. And art is such a thing that it stems from and it stems into all walks of life. You know, when you can talk about anything, like there's always something that art touches. I mean, there's always a spot where art has, you know,
Its
touched.
influence, yeah.
Its influence, yeah.
True. I think,
So,
okay, you can continue, sorry. for
and
continuing.
yeah, we had a lot of, it was really good. At the moment, it's quite hard to manage that alone with a friend of mine, doing it solely just by ourselves, you know, trying to find funding and other organizations who would help us. So it's quite a challenge. We've been able to do a few public and offline
Events.
Yeah, events. We've been able to do those, quite just a few, but we're trying to do some more right now as well. But it is very difficult when you don't really have any fixed, or let's say
Fixed structure?
Yeah, not a structure, but just a fixed support system.
Okay. Yeah, exactly the support system that we all are looking for in the art space, whether it be from visual arts. Okay, let this horn go.
Please bear with us. We have to wait for the siren for a few minutes. You want to continue?
Yeah. Actually, you continue after what Nafi said.
You forget.
No, I want you to continue. It seems that you have something to
Actually, I
to
just
add.
wanted to add a bit more
Oh,
regarding
okay.
the thing I was talking about just now regarding my initiative. So it's not like I'm actually cribbing about it, the fact that I'm struggling to get the funding, because it's not just me. I think collectives and organizations around the world, it's the same thing, right? If you look at Assam or other states as well, even in Bengal, you have there's always going to be this problem, you're looking for funding for this and that. But yeah, I think just the fact that it exists, I think is good. The fact that, we started, and even for other people who have started it, the fact that it existed and it has contributed to some extent. So yeah, it's in the struggle.
And also, yeah, I think in terms of art funding and how it can shape the output of expression is also making it more the importance of it being easily available and also in a language that is easily understandable, because some of the things that exist, the process behind it can scare off potential people who are interested in getting that funding, for instance, because of the whatever guidelines and the deliverables that are required. So maybe that can change so that making it easier and more palatable for people to consume, and that in turn will help them in producing this output.
Yeah, this is a major issue actually. I've also, but kind of defunct now, also started an arts collective once upon a time called Laway House for Art. I was working with Lapadiang's AIM and some other friends as well from outside. And, we struggled. I mean, finally we had to close down because we couldn't pay rent. And, but this is a real concern. I was having a chat the other day with a friend of mine who's been in the arts management space for a very long time. And she recently retired, Arundhati Ghosh. And we were chatting about this because she told me, she said, it takes time. I mean, but you have to have that goal about what you want to support. And I think as a community here, or as a collective art community, as art collectives, we have to actually put aside a lot of differences and actually work towards building something like that, which could sustain efforts throughout the Northeast, not just necessarily just for Meghalaya. It would have to encompass the entire space, the entire place here in the region, because we are very, very underrepresented and sometimes misrepresented as well. And quite often, the funding goes to people who may not actually have the best. They might have good intentions, but they might not be able to convey it as good as well as people from here, or from the local communities or local, the society where they are supposed to be doing that art. So I've seen that. I mean, they're my friends, but then at the same time, there's always that issue inside where you're like, oh,
Yeah, I wish I could get or something. Yeah, and I think that was one of the major problems I don't know if it's in the whole country or just in this region, where the people who need the help the most or who can express or put forward great works of art better than most do not get the help. Either because they're too shy or they're not as,
they can't write. They can't write the proposal.
They can write a proposal, or they're not as, they are more introverted, So, or they don't know any one who is in a position of power to help them. And that goes away, and their works of art is just lying somewhere in their cupboard or in somewhere storeroom or something. And that's sad, and we've been seeing that, I don't know, for the last 30, 40 years that has been there, and even in my lifetime, like, ever since I got into the art space, where it started from music. And then with music, I got to work and meet and interact and made friends with people from different sectors. That is something very similar, and they all go through these problems. and that, oh man, nobody understands us. Oh, I am too shy to go and say this. Oh, I don't know how to write a proposal. How do I do my taxes if I am getting this funding? Stuff like this it really crushes someone's spirit, you know. And maybe also the importance here is a human resource where are there people to speak on such artists, to speak on their behalf? Will we come to a time where we can see all of that? Like she's doing something from her part, but like yeah, like you said, you are stuck in the space where it becomes difficult to manage everything yourself and thinking of the art, the substance, at the same time thinking of the business side to things, and then the management part. It can be quite overwhelming.
Yeah, it can be very taxing, especially if you have to also uh, handle your own private life, my own practice also. Yeah, I have to give some time to that, to my own work, to my own art. So it can be very, very taxing. And I really cannot find the solution as of now. And I think I did mention that it's good that if people start and at least they've made some impact and they've left something for others to look back on and to be inspired from. But yeah, I think that's not gonna be much to really push it through, because when one thing ends and another thing takes off from there, it's not really like they're progressing in any way, because they're just starting again from level one. They're just starting again from level one, and just again it goes back to level one.
Yeah.
It's an endless cycle.
This is where like somebody has to break the cycle, right? Like giving back. Whatever you have achieved has to be passed on to the next generation. That's very important. I think because sometimes as individuals we're always running around for the same grants, the same funds, the same everything, particularly from the arts funding bodies, which are so few. So we just keep running, and so it ends up like us closing the door for others. But I think it's important to realize that we're part of a continuum, right? And that I leave it off here. Somebody else has to build it up further, and maybe these ideas are being shared right now. Maybe this will give ideas to other people. Maybe this will give an impetus to us also to actually rethink and rework and actually, or just do the work that needs to be done. It's not always glamorous. It's not always great, but that structure needs to be put in place. And I hope that maybe since we've had this discussion, we can move forward, together and individually.
True. I really believe the older I get, the more I believe in having certain structures, because without structure, everything will either just end up in conversation or just as a thought, And by having structures, we eliminate a lot of problems, and that way we can concentrate on, like what this panel discussion is about, on the aesthetics. How can we think of aesthetics when we have to think about this elephant in the room, which is money and structure and all of that. So whether we like it or not, that has a direct or an indirect influence into the outcome and the future of aesthetics. Maybe if this administration part is being taken care of by people who are good in that sector, the artists who can be good proponents or who can introduce new aesthetics to the place will have more time and energy to put that into their work, And then we will see more changes and hopefully a diverse aesthetics from different forms of art. So yeah, I mean,
I agree with you on that, having a administrative structure or body.
probably using AI also to make
Yeah,
it
exactly.
to make it fair.
Make it fair.
Because we know that there's always a, you know, a kind of a
Nepotism.
Yeah, nepotism. Something always goes towards some other side.
Yeah, we can't. I think we can't escape because that is part of the human condition. Like we can't really change humans. That you can't be biased towards this. You have to be fair. As much it is a very idealistic point of view, which we would like to adhere more to. Like not being, not showing nepotism to people, being fair, but as we've seen throughout human history, it is something that we can't escape. But I think maybe limit by talking about it and having more representation of people who wants things to be fair, to be in the same space with people who wants to show nepotism, because whether we like it, yeah, it will just balance it out. We can't escape it, but maybe we can just balance it out.
I don't have anything to add
Last
to that.
words.
Yeah.
Actually, we're offering up last words. Should I close? Yeah, and then we
Yeah.
open for questions.
Yeah.
For a few minutes. Any questions from the people here who are still here? If you have any questions, now is the time, or forever hold your peace.
The future possibilities. See, I would like to see how brutalism can work with Khasi architecture. But that's a different discussion altogether. But like we said, future of aesthetics. I think once we start eliminating a lot of problems in the administration sector, we will see more prospects for what the future holds. Right now, because we're at this space, we are stuck here. We've been stuck here for quite some time, and that's why the kind of work that we've been seeing, the output from artists over the last, let's say, the last 10 to 15 years, has just been a certain kind of work. Like, it doesn't stray too far away from something that works for the public. Beyond that, it hasn't really changed much because so many things have not changed. And the future, it will take some time before we see any changes.
It's the classic Paul Klee's angel, no? The one who's traveling to the future but looking back. It's a very famous painting, and there's a whole essay on it by Walter Benjamin. You should read it. It's very interesting. If you haven't read it, it's a very interesting essay. It is about, like the more we look to the past, somehow we correct the future. It's connected. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we have to, of course, cherish our past. There are enough people who are cherishing the past.
Yeah.
It's quite a huge cottage industry of people who cherish the past.
Yeah.
So we need to also think about other things, that sometimes we have to destroy the past. I mean, but you can't destroy the past completely, because then you are without an anchor, and then you don't, then what would you go forward with? So it's not possible also, I think, to destroy the past. I mean, whatever you move forward with, you will always be talking through identity, Some bit of identity will always survive. So even if we, sometimes people always say that, no, it's always this versus mode, past versus future,
versus present.
Customary versus modernity. No, it's not. I mean, I really don't think that binary exists. It's actually much more nuanced. Because in our own lives also, we encounter modern things. We're using modern equipment, modern stuff. but at the same time also we just love our Pudo, Puklen, whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
there's something to be said about that.
True. And yeah, I mean, like embrace the past, learn from it, and also do things to challenge what the future will bring, you know. I mean, in simple terms.
And
But
and also I think the past should not be something that hinders you to do things in the future. Like, you know, your choices should not be determined solely by your past, because that's what I think what Avner said before, like restricts change. That is what restricts change, because like the things that, you know, in the past and questions and not doubts, but questions about your own identity and the fear of delving into those questions is what stops change happening. But I think once we break through from that, we can move forward. And there's a certain satisfaction and a certain there's a rewarding feeling from that also. Because speaking from a personal standpoint with my own work as well, of course, as an artist, I like to paint things which, you know, I look at the sky, I look at a beautiful scenery. I am inspired from that. I create things, just for catharsis also purely, but also there are certain things in my own work where I question also. I think you should be free to question. You should be free to express wherever, you know. If you want to paint something beautiful, but also, like, if you see something that, you know, makes you think, makes you question, you have to delve into that. You have to deal with it some way or the other.
yeah, I just have something that came to my mind when you said that. There's this artist I saw, he did a self-portrait of himself on 50 different drugs. And each portrait was different from the other. And that is amazing because it shows how the mind works, like, you know, based on different substances. And even when he was sober to when he was on these different, and exploring what the mind can be or what is capable of will help shape the kind of aesthetics that will come into play and what will be accepted or what will come. I don't know if it will ever be the norm, but like, yeah, just that it's there for people to see and choose from, you know, whoever want to consume that kind of work.
And I think there should not be any restrictions of to what you can create also. Like, you know, okay, like maybe in Meghalaya, this is how you portray it. But when you start saying don't make this, try not to make this anymore, don't look at this anymore, that's where the problem arises also. You cannot stop a certain person from gaining some sort of experience or anything, like viewing or reading an image in any way they want. I mean, they're free to do so, but I think it's just in the way you think. Like, okay, you see this, like a motif, like a very popular motif here in Meghalaya, the monoliths, no? The 3 monoliths with standing, there's another stone just below it. So those 3 monoliths is a very prominent image. And it has been represented that way for a really long time, like just that, right? Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, but what else can you add to it, or what else can you portray using those elements, you know? So it's not about eliminating things from the past, it's about using what we already have and reinventing it.
True.
I think we can close the panel.
Yeah, otherwise this conversation will keep
see
continuing.
People are waiting impatiently. And yeah, I think we'll close it. Yeah.
I would like to thank our panel for having an interesting and being interested in the discussion despite having a very few interested audience. I will make this entire literary sessions and cultural programs, all of it will be posted on our YouTube channel and will be documented. So yes, you will be getting a wider audience. So thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. We would like to present you with a token of appreciation from National Book Trust. You want to click or get a picture? Our cultural programs will begin in half an hour by 6 o'clock, and we have some really good performances lined up for you. We have the BSF Border Security Forces Jazz Band playing for us tonight, and we will have the traditional Garo Khasi Jayantiya folk performances as well. So stay tuned. Thank you so much.